Right, in the room. Okay, there we go. All right, I'll hereby call to order the Roseville City Council meeting for Monday, July 21st, 2025. Mr. City Manager, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Groff.
Here.
Councilmember Bauer. Here. Councilmember Strawn.
Here.
Councilmember Schroeder.
Here.
Mayor Rowe.
Here. And with us at the dais, by way of introduction, we have our City Attorney, Rachel Tierney, who's on my right at the end of the dais. We also have our City Manager, Pat Trudgeon, who's on my left at the other end of the dais. We'll have staff and guests who will be introduced as their agenda items come up on the agenda this evening. Do want to cover a couple of housekeeping items for folks. We do have additional copies of the agenda on the back table underneath the big clock by the back door if you need a copy to follow along with the meeting. There is also one single copy of all of the meeting materials in a large 3-ring binder back there, which is available for the public to share as long as you are willing to share it with other people. But your agenda is yours to keep. Do want to also note, if you have a cell phone, too, this is a time to make sure that it's silenced or otherwise won't be disrupting our meeting this evening. And there'll be other instructions as we go forward with items that require public comment or are likely to have public comment. We'll talk about that at that time. But at this time, what I'd ask is, if you're able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, first on our agenda this evening is approval of tonight's agenda, or I guess third it says actually. Mr. Trudgeon, I'll check with you first from a staff perspective. Are there any changes that are required to the agenda this evening from a staff perspective?
Mr. Mayor, no changes by staff.
All right. Are there any council members who wish to make a change to the agenda this evening or to remove an item from the consent agenda for separate consideration? Does not appear to be the case. This is the first opportunity then for members of the public to weigh in. We do want to check as we approve our agenda this evening. You'll note at the bottom of page 1 of the agenda, there is an item 10 or a section 10 called the consent agenda. These are items that are fairly administrative and usually can be considered non-controversial in nature, are taken up at the end of the meeting as a single motion without a lot of opportunity for public comment. But if somebody is here this evening to comment or ask a question about one of those items in section 10 at the end of our agenda this evening, this would be the time to let us know, and we can move that item to earlier in the meeting to give you an opportunity to provide your comment or ask a question. Is there anyone here for an item in section 10 of tonight's agenda? It's 10A through F this evening. Does not appear to be the case. With that, then, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Groff, seconded by Councilmember Bauer. Discussion on that motion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously, and we have our agenda for this evening. Next on tonight's agenda is public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on items that are not on tonight's agenda. We will have opportunities for public comment as agenda items come up this evening, but we do want to provide at the start of each meeting an opportunity for members of the public to speak in a more general basis on items that are not on tonight's agenda, but may be related to city business or of interest to people in the community. Is there anyone here this evening who wishes to speak under the general public comment this evening? Yes, ma'am.
May I just ask a question?
You may ask a question.
Okay. My question is, I live on County Road C. It has nothing to do with the construction, but I live my husband and I and our family live across from the school there, the Lutheran school.
Actually, why don't you come up and have a seat at the microphone just so folks at home can hear your question. If it was a quick question, I was going to let you do it from your seat, but I'm going to get the spotlight on you here. If it's, okay.
We live across from the Lutheran, I forget what it's called. All of a sudden
North Heights.
North Heights, yes.
Okay.
And that's a school there, and they have a playground. And I've always wondered, and I should have wondered this much longer ago than 25 years, but is there no school zone as far, because what I get worried about, because I see an awful lot of potential issues, and a chain link fence will not prevent a 2,000-pound vehicle from, it'll breach a fence like that. And I was just wondering if there's a special way to go about zoning for speed zones, for school zones?
There are standards, I'm sure, in the public works world for speed zones related to schools. I don't know what they are. So
Okay.
what we'll do is we'll maybe see if we can't have staff get back to us with that information, and maybe as part of the agenda item on County Road C, we can try to follow up on that.
Great, thanks.
All right. Thank you. Other members of the public to speak under general public comment this evening? All right. With that, then, it doesn't appear to be the case. We'll go ahead and proceed with our agenda. We have a couple of items under recognitions and donations, and the first one is a proclamation related to the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. And I will read the proclamation, and then a motion from the council to approve would be in order. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas since 1990, the Americans with Disabilities Act has focused on ending discrimination against individuals with disabilities and promoting full integration and participation in society. And whereas approximately 20% of Americans have a disability as defined by the ADA, a number projected to increase as our society on average ages. And whereas, as a direct result of the passage of the ADA, an increased number of children and adults with disabilities are living, playing, working, and shopping alongside their neighbors. And whereas Roseville is becoming inclusive and free of physical, communication, and social barriers, and whereas state and local government services are continually improving and providing increasingly accessible services and programs to Minnesotans with disabilities. And whereas state and local governments, including Roseville, are beginning to understand the importance and relevance of providing accessible digital information and electronic services to Minnesotans with disabilities. And whereas on this 35th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, we celebrate and recognize the progress that has been made, and we acknowledge that challenges still exist on our horizon, and we reaffirm our commitment to full equity and inclusion for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the City of Roseville hereby declares July 26th, 2025 as the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act.
So moved. Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Strawn, seconded by Councilmember Schroeder to approve that proclamation. Is there discussion on the motion?
I'd just like to acknowledge, thanks for having this part of our meeting and part of our proclamations. I think the continued awareness, especially as we design our city website and such, really make sure that we continue to hold ourselves accountable for the people of the city who may use these resources. And that particular ADA was hard fought, and the folks climbed steps without wheelchairs in order to make sure this happens. And we have to make sure we hold that especially important so that we don't backslide and lose some of the traction that some of these folks need. When you talk about equity and versus equality, these are things that create a level playing field in the world of equity so that everyone can potentially achieve.
All right, other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Schroeder.
I just also wanted to do a shout out to our parks department and all the good work they're doing in the inclusive playground equipment. I think that's been a real key thing for our city to show that we support this, and again, and it continues to go forward. We have a number of things coming up that we're going to continue to make those playgrounds and parks accessible to people and children. So I just wanted to make sure and point that out as well.
All right, thank you. Other comments? All right, we've got the motion before us to approve the proclamation related to the anniversary of the ADA. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously, and that proclamation is approved. The second item under recognitions and donations is an annual recognition related to the Golden K Kiwanis in Roseville, and maybe a representative or two from there can come up to the table and be prepared. We have a proclamation of Golden K Kiwanis Peanut Day in Roseville, and I do want to give the representatives of the Kiwanis an opportunity to inform us as well as members of the public as to what Peanut Day is and what maybe a little bit about what the Kiwanis does.
Thank you. My name is Jim Boyer. I'm here on behalf of the Golden K Club, and I came with several of my colleagues here tonight. The Golden K Club is a club made up of seniors. We meet in the Oval every week. We do a lot of things, but among the things we do is we do a lot of work for the benefit of the community and primarily for children and youth. We do a lot of volunteering. We volunteer, we clean up the park behind the Oval there about every other week, try to keep that squeaky clean. But we also volunteer with a number of organizations that benefit children and youth. We tutor kids in the local schools. We volunteer and contribute to, I'll talk about in just a minute, organizations such as Community Partners with Youth, Northeast Youth and Family Services, Bridging, Every Meal, Keystone Community Services, and a number of other organizations. Kids in Need Foundation is one we volunteer with a lot. We also contribute to organizations that we volunteer with, including schools. We're in those organizations volunteering, we see what needs are, and we make special contributions. Every year, we contribute somewhere around $30,000 to $35,000. We've contributed well over $500,000 since 2009 to the community and to these kinds of things. We provide scholarships to graduating seniors. We gave 8 this year, 6 last year, all of them to students within the Roseville school system. In short, we do a lot for the benefit of the community. The peanut campaign that we're asking you to assist with by passing a resolution is the primary fundraiser for our club. 100% of the money raised goes to the benefit of the community. Any club expenses are paid for by member dues, so everything we raise goes. And so we're asking for your help in the form of a proclamation to help us kick off our peanut campaign for 2025.
All right, thank you, Mr. Blair. Thank you for the representatives of Golden K Kiwanis for being here this evening. To kick off your campaign, I'd be happy to read the proclamation, and then there may be an opportunity for people on the council as well as in the chambers here to obtain some peanuts as part of the peanut activities. So with that, let me read the proclamation. We'll have a motion, and then we'll officially kick off the peanut campaign. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the Northeast Metro Golden K Kiwanis Club, headquartered in Roseville, is an organization dedicated to improving the lives of children and youth. And whereas the Golden K Peanut Campaign provides business, professional and entities and individuals with an opportunity to help support the community initiatives focused on children and youth and food insecurity. And whereas in order to help finance its many and varied programs, the Northeast Metro Golden K Kiwanis Club has requested a day be designated as a kickoff for its annual peanut campaign fundraiser. Now, therefore, be resolved, the City of Roseville hereby proclaims Monday, July 21st, today, as Roseville Golden K Kiwanis Peanut Day in Roseville.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Groff, seconded by Councilmember Schroeder. Any discussion on the motion?
I just thank the Kiwanis Club for all the hard work you do in the community, really worthy causes that you work with, and it strengthens our community. It's what we need for community builders, and I appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you.
All right, other discussion? Councilmember Schroeder?
And I also wanted to thank you for all the work you've done and all the organizations you help out with. It's just really, really appreciated. So, and I'm very happy to support this kickoff.
Thank you.
Right, Councilmember Strong.
I'd just like to shout out Dr. Jim House, who retired when I worked with him when I was very young. And yet here he still is working really hard and feeling of this avocation of Golden K, and I'm sure others that work with him feel the same passion because they're here every year, and I really want to thank you for your continued dedication to our city. I didn't even live in Roseville when I worked for you, and now I'm here, and you're still doing the work.
All right. Well, with that, we've got the motion before us to adopt the proclamation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously as usual. And we are kicked off with Golden K Kiwanis Peanut Campaign, and I understand there may be some folks with peanuts here this evening.
May we approach?
So we may approach. We do try to schedule very publicly interesting topics on our agenda when it's Golden K kickoff evening.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, you're going to come up, or
Possibility.
you're going to,
I'll go up with you. Thank you.
I should say there's no obligation on the part of any attendees.
Who's got the donations?
He's got a cup over there.
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm good.
coming
All right,
with
I'm required.
It's on credit, I guess.
I got peanuts. I got. I mean, it could get longer.
You can take it home.
This is our emergency break.
Yes. I don't need any more.
If we go to 10 o'clock, we might need those.
Indeed. I'm good. I'm really good. Thank you. Absolutely.
That's good.
Of course, going to observe that was just a couple weeks ago. I was just going to observe that was just a couple weeks ago. Right? That you were already on the phone.
Thank you. Except I didn't talk about it.
I don't think, well,
No.
What are we scheduled for?
Thank you very much.
thank you again.
Have you been here for a presentation?
Probably.
It's a little more.
All right. I think that was a pretty good kickoff. With that, that brings us to our business items this evening. And our first business item is item 7A, which is to receive a presentation from Ramsey County Commissioner Mary Jo McGuire. And I think we have a special guest, Ling Becker, the county manager, as well, here with us this evening. So I'll turn it over to Commissioner McGuire to kick off the presentation and make whatever introductions you need to make as well.
I so appreciate. Wait, I better get this closer.
A little far away.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, Council, and City Manager. It's just so great to be here, and it's great to see such a great crowd here at your City Council meeting. I always love doing a little a Ramsey County update, and I know we have a lot of slides, so I'm not going to go over all of them because you have a really full agenda, and so we'll go through, but I want to let everybody know that the slides are attached to the agenda, so anybody viewing at home or anybody here who wants copies of these, they can get them on your agenda, or they can call my office and get copies, because I will go through them rather quickly. And just want to say how much I appreciate this time. I'm here with my county manager, Ling Becker, who I'll introduce a little bit later, and just excited to be here to do this. So, just a little bit. I am your county commissioner. I was some of your state representative many years ago for 16 years, and I'm a Roseville resident. So I want to first of all thank you for all the services that you're providing in the city that I live in. And I love Rosefest. I love our 4th of July celebration. I love the concerts at the ROG. I love all the parks that you have and all the great services. I met with our fire chief, David Bosnahan, the other day, and just learned about all the amazing things that they're doing at the fire department. And I know that your police chief comes to a lot of the events that I'm a part of with Rotary and the Optimist Club. And just want to thank you for your great participation. And it's a joy and an honor for me to live in this city. And thank you, by the way, too, for coming to Applewood Court, my Applewood place, the condo that I live in, and you gave a report there. Some of you were there for that. So just want to say how much I appreciate the work that you're doing. And congratulations to Golden K on the peanuts. We got 8 packs of peanuts. We're going to talk about it at our board meeting tomorrow. We're going to give a thing of peanuts to every board member tomorrow. So anyway, we have one of the most diverse boards in the country, I think, definitely in the state. And we set the county's vision, mission, and goals. And so we do represent the policy-making body of the county. Our values: to invest in people, serve with integrity, value community, advance equity, and empower leadership. And this is our mission and vision, which all of our departments have. County of Excellence, working with you to enhance our quality of life, and we are a vibrant community where all are valued and thrive. We are very focused this year, as always, on county responsible services. What are the services that only counties can do? Those are that ensure the health, safety, and well-being of our communities, where we are now very focused because of the shifting, we call it the big shift, of the dollars of the services that we're required to do, but the dollars that do not follow the services. So this year, especially, We're being cut at both the state and federal level, as I know you are as well. And so our budget is going to be really stretched, and we are going to be looking at only those services that we have unique responsibility for and where no other governmental level does it. So we're going to be saying no to a lot of things that we've tried to do in the past because we thought they were important, but it's only where we are required now to do things. So it's going to be a tough budget year, and we're going to talk a little more about that. But mainly, we have service teams that deliver our services. And I just want to talk about some of the things that we do in partnership with our communities, but that we provide to the community, to all of our residents. But as we know, our Environmental Service Center is right here in Roseville. It serves the entire county. Did you know that right there at Kent and Larpenteur is the center of our county? We have as much north as south of that. So we put a pin right in the middle of the county, and lo and behold, that was where it landed. So we're very excited about this Environmental Service Center, and if you haven't gone to it, everyone should take a tour and bring your disposables, bring your hazardous waste, bring get your items fixed at the Environmental Service Center. We have our great library, Roseville. The library in Roseville is one of our busiest libraries in the state. So we really value being a part of this city. And we have an emergency communications center that serves all Ramsey County cities. This doesn't happen in every county, but we do emergency communications. And we provide election services for Roseville and for all of our cities in the county. We love our parks, as I know so does Roseville. We have over 6 million visits annually, and we have several in Roseville, which we love, Lake Josephine and also Lake McCarran. So we love that we have partnerships with the city, that you provide some services at those parks, and we have the parks. So we are always grateful for that partnership. And then we have a lot of Public Works. I know you're having someone from Public Works come and talk about County Road C. This is just a list of some of the things that we're going to be working on or are working on on our roads, and that is a big service that the county provides. And so County Road C, Hamlin Avenue, County Road B2 and 27, and Victoria Street and 28. So if you want any more details on this, please contact my office. Rice Street, 28, and Rice Street and 29. We really try to spread around all the needs that we have on our roads. And we have an HRA levy that we are also spreading around throughout the county. It includes critical corridors programs, and I'm getting to what Roseville has done. We love our partnership with Roseville. Your Community and Economic Development Department works with us, and you've given out loans, first home loans, rehab, repair, and you have affordable housing development. And so thank you for that partnership. You've got a critical corridor grant, County Road B and Snelling pedestrian improvement study, and then Rice and Larpenteur Alliance got funding for their work. And then you have an environmental response fund at Twin Lakes. So good work using the HRA levy that is new for all of us. And we also partner on small business support. And we have an economic development. What we need is tax base in Ramsey County. We need more revenue, and so we are really working hard on the park at River's Edge, which is in St. Paul on the river there, and Rice Creek Commons. This is the way we're fully developed, and we need more redevelopment to increase our tax base. So that's our goal in both of those efforts. And now I'm proud to introduce Ling Becker, who is amazing. We were so excited. She came from our workforce development. She's transformational. She's helping us transform our county. I said we're the best county in the country not because we do everything perfectly, but because we look at what we're doing and try to be better at it. And she's really leading us in that work. And I just want to say thank you. So here, let's see if I can move it over. Nope, you better come. You better sit here.
I'll sit a little closer.
We'll
Yeah.
sit.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you for having us. Happy to introduce myself as the county manager here since September 1st of last year. It's gone by really quickly, but I just want to spend 2 minutes to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a first-generation immigrant. I actually had my first job as public sector working at an ice arena very similar to the Oval, popping popcorn, and by the time I was a senior in high school, I had the pleasure of working in the city manager's office. So I've had a lot of stints in different levels of government. really see the value in public-private partnerships. I did a significant amount of work in economic and workforce development in my previous roles, and certainly saw the connection to people being a really critical part to how we build better communities and more economically thriving communities. So lots of good work done in land building capital as we develop our communities, but if we don't get the people part right, we're going to leave the most critical asset, kind of uninvested in. And so really been focused on that, and certainly grateful for our relationship with the city manager. Really tried to reset that relationship with all cities to really build more of a relationship of you guys being customers to the county. We're a complex, big bureaucracy, and I know cities need a lot of things from the county in order to do their work, and we've been trying to improve that across the board. So I have the role of managing what's our strategic team, which includes our finance, HR, our government relations, and obviously supporting the County Board of Commissioners. They hire only one person in our organization, which is me, and then I'm tasked with managing the rest of the organization. I wanted to just spend a little time, again, I mentioned that we've been growing our city-county partnerships. We've had some significant leadership transitions, and we're about to kind of get most of the interims out of our leadership team. That's always kind of a hard thing to do when you're having a significant leadership transition, but we're almost there. And then I wanted to spend the bulk of my time talking about what we call these tri-uncertainties or tri-realities, so we can bring a little bit of what we've been hearing at the state and federal level down to the locals for you to understand some of our challenges and opportunities in some ways too to improve our work. I like to think about, there's like a prism of impacts when we talk about all the things happening at the federal government. We're seeing some direct county investments being uninvested in. We get a work stoppage order, for example, from the federal government. The county gets about $120 million a year in federal grants of some type. And then there's also indirect. We're seeing a lot of things that are being pulled from local state projects, for example, infrastructure, roads. Those things are not direct to the county, but they are direct investments that are not happening in our local communities. My next slide will show an MMB slide that there's actually a website where the state is tracking those. You can actually click by Ramsey County and see what grants are and what projects are at risk or actually been discontinued. In addition, I always like to remind people of and also the indirect also has significant impact on our nonprofits. And I appreciated what you guys just heard about the impacts of some of these groups in your own community. Right now we more than ever need other people to fill in some of the social safety net for our communities because we have significant pressures when we used to fund a lot of nonprofits in our community, and we're going to be it's going to be more difficult for us to do that as we feel additional budget pressures. The collateral damage, I will say, is the reductions in federal staff, for example. People hear, the Department of Veteran Services, they're cutting a lot of employees in Washington. How that impacts us indirectly is, we administer veteran benefits, so we're struggling to get the information we need, the processing time, the support we need to do that work. And so that's a bit indirect, but still very important. I will say we've seen a significant amount of data elimination, and that's very concerning, particularly as we try to make more data-informed investments, particularly in public health and things like that, to make sure we are kind of closing disparities. So that can be very challenging. And then, I think, as a public servant most of my life, I think representing a large organization and you guys also, having a staff, it's a little bit demoralizing in public service to feel like it's being dismissed as something like not honorable when a lot of people have given a lot of years of their life trying to make the communities better through working in public sector. And then just there's an overall trauma and harm. We get a lot of people asking, like, is it a safe place to come to the county to go get resources? Can I trust my police officers? Can I trust, my EMS or, to come for help? And those things really do take a toll on communities. See here. And so this is the website I was talking about through MMB. About 35% of the current state budget is comprised of federal grants. And so as we are seeing things get locked up in either court cases or being defunded, these have impacts on our local community. I will say, when you see a road project get discontinued, whether it's to the state or to the city, those are jobs in our community as well. It's not only we are not getting more infrastructure, but those are small businesses that might be working on those projects. And so there's a lot of indirect impacts of all the things happening in Washington. I will say with the reconciliation bill that passed over the 4th of July weekend, we were just, Commissioner McGuire and several of the commissioners and I were just at our National Association of Counties. We have significant federal cost shifts happening. What is anticipated to be about $10 trillion of cost shifts will happen over the next 10 years. We are talking about a significant reorientation of who's responsible for paying for things in our current ecosystem when you think about it. And if you remember the CARES Act funding with during the pandemic, the American Rescue Plan, where the federal government was here to shore up the needs of a local community, we are at the complete opposite, where now the federal government is the funding pressure that is causing a lot of distress into our economic systems of how we serve our communities. And so this is a slide I actually pulled from NACO. As counties face these unprecedented federal shifts, we're left with a few choices. We either cut back on critical services, and as Commissioner McGuire indicated, we're very focused on our county responsible, because at the end of the day, we have to deliver 911, we have to deliver elections, we have to deliver child protection, for example. We also could deliver services at a new cost, which is very difficult, raising local taxes, delay or cancel infrastructure investments, and then absorb long-term economic and social consequences of underfunding programs. And we know that could mean, significant folks losing the ability to own homes, or maybe be able to get the resources they need, or keep families together based on, family stability and things that counties do. I wanted to just mention, and you can read this, is a lot of information, but there's significant Medicaid and SNAP impacts based on both eligibility and administration that's happening as a result of the reconciliation bill. About 37% of Ramsey County residents receive Medicaid. Medicaid is actually the #1 funder of mental health services in the state of Minnesota. So Medicaid is a really critical resource in our community. There are currently 85,000 MA cases in Ramsey County. We have about 525,000 residents. So, this is a very, very big number of residents. We have 35,000 SNAP cases in Ramsey County. And so we are going to feel a significant shift here. And Minnesota is unique. Sorry that first map doesn't do it justice with the white, but you can just focus on Minnesota. In both Medicaid and in SNAP, Minnesota actually is in a unique place. In Medicaid, we're part of 25 states that actually contribute to Medicaid directly. And then in SNAP, we are actually only one of 10 states that administers SNAP. So in the bill itself, it actually puts different pressures on the states that have these kind of designations. And so we are unique in the sense that not all states feel the same impact, but we are actually in both camps going to feel significant impact because of the way SNAP and Medicaid have sort of been administered and dispersed in the state of Minnesota. So we continue to work with our Association of Minnesota Counties. We're also working pretty significantly with our National Association. And this is aside from the state budget. So we actually just got through the state budget. I don't know if there'll be a special session, but as part of that deal in the state budget, there was a commitment on counties to get to a working group with a bunch of stakeholders to try to figure out a $180 million cost shift in the next year around disability services. So we have both stuff happening at the state budget and then these federal pressures as well. And then this kind of overall looming federal actions. And so I think it's important as we talk to local communities that you understand that we're trying to manage all of these things that are kind of pushing against our ecosystem of our work. This is some more data about Medicaid. I just think people don't realize how important Medicaid is to our community. 5 in 8 nursing home residents are recipients of Medicaid. So I think there's a lot of misinformation about who actually gets Medicaid. It can be called different things in different states, and people are all of a sudden realizing, oh, Medicaid affects me too. So I know in rural Minnesota, greater Minnesota, they're very worried about their hospitals. There's a provider fee that we haven't talked about here, but that's another significant pressure. So in all, I think we wanted to just bring that reality to you all as a conversation and continue to share with the city manager and with others as we learn a little bit more. I think certainly if they have a special session, we'll have a little more of an idea of what's going on at the state level. And for sure, most of these federal things we will see evolve in 27 and 28. And so these are things that we're trying to manage against. And so With that said, I wanted to share our budget process, and we're continuing to, work with each city's finance team and the city managers. But we do a biennial budget in the county. We are at the cusp of rolling out a 26-27 budget that will be shared with the board on September 2nd, the day after Labor Day. The county board will then hear budget presentations. I'm sure this process is very similar to maybe what you guys do. There'll be some public hearings. We'll set the max levy. There'll be a truth in taxation, and then the board will adopt the budget at the end of the year. So we'll stay in good communication, but wanted to make sure we shared that as part of the presentation today too. So happy to stand for any questions. I know that was a lot of information, but I was told to keep it. I know you still have maybe a wrap-up
I'm
slide.
just going to wrap it up. So this is what we want to do. We want to continue to work with you. I want to remind people to apply for our community advisory boards and commissions, that there's always opening. Contact my office. I just want to remind people that when we have these pressures and when we have these shifts down on us, we have limited ability except for property taxes. We have some sales tax, but property as the city. So this is your property taxes that's going to bear the brunt of a lot of this, and we're frustrated about it as well. So just wanted to let people know that we're going to share your pain as we all try to deal with these budget shifts. So with that, we will open it up for any questions, but people should feel free. My assistant is here, Michaela Campbell. We are happy to answer any questions you have at any time. I can call our office and sign up for my newsletter. Call my office and get on my newsletter. It's a periodic email newsletter that gives information about the county.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, take a breath. We appreciate all the
Okay.
information that was shared, and it felt like it was done in some sort of record time here.
I think so. Yes, it was.
We appreciate that, but there was a lot there, so there may be questions. I did want to just thank you, Commissioner McGuire, for the follow-up with the residents around McCarran's Park about the incident that was a couple weekends ago. There was a great chain of email communications and follow-ups, and so I appreciate that. And one of the things I took away from that was that I didn't realize that the county parks follow the alcohol policy that's in the ordinance in the local community in which the park is located. So we're going to be looking at if we need to make adjustments to our ordinances in that regard. So that seeing the communications back and forth on that even informed us in Roseville of some things we may want to take a look at. So it was a helpful process.
It was a great example of how fast it can work too. I mean, it was within days that I think we were figuring all this out. It was very good. Thank you for all of your prompt responses, and yeah, I think we were able to get some more information and learned all of those things.
Right. Well, and hopefully we can, as everybody that's responsible for what's going on in the park, can work towards improving some of the issues that were
Absolutely.
highlighted by that particular incident. So I just wanted to express that appreciation. Council members, are there questions or follow-up that you've got with our commissioner who's here this evening, or with Ms. Becker? Councilmember Groff.
Just to comment more, that's a lot to absorb.
Yes.
And of course, we're looking at budgets too, so we're stressed with that too. And it sounds like there's another layer of stress there. So I appreciate your candor, things we need to know about, and we're all problem solvers, so we're going to have to look at all this and work together to make this work. But I appreciate your presentation. I don't have any specific questions though. Thanks.
Councilmember Bauer.
Yeah, thank you for coming this evening and sharing all that. That was wonderful presentation. I was wondering, you noted that there's a lot of stress in your budget. I was wondering if you could comment on the percentage of your budget that's not statutory, if you know that.
Yeah, that's Councilmember Bauer. That's a very complicated question because we are mandated by so many weaving grants and things. That's something I could try to follow up with you. But it's unfortunately with such a huge budget of things that we do, a lot of things are mandated, but then they stretch beyond the mandate a little bit based on what we're expected to do. So it's interwoven, and it's a difficult question to answer. But I certainly appreciate it, and we'll do our best to get you something that's reasonable. Yeah.
And if you don't mind, in your presentation, you didn't comment anything about the public safety. I was wondering if you could make any comments about the sheriff's department,
Yeah.
and jail, and staffing, and what you're looking for going forward. I know public safety is a concern amongst all residents in the county?
Yeah, so for just the record, many cities in Ramsey County use our sheriff's office as a contract provider. In those cases, those cities pay for the complete cost of that. You guys obviously are not one of those contract cities. The county runs multiple detention facilities. We have the Adult Detention Center, which essentially is our county's jail. And then we also have a Roseville County Correctional Facility for folks that are waiting trial. We have a juvenile detention center as well. But I think what you're asking for, council member, is around our adult detention center. We've constantly been at a very high census. We're supposed to be somewhere in the range of about 500 there, and at times there's been pressure way above that. We have recently made some investments to move some of those folks from the adult detention center over to our Ramsey County Correctional Facility so that they can have a little bit more other amenities and programming. Unfortunately, due to the mental health issues in the whole ecosystem and the lack of mental health beds, oftentimes our jails, even our situation in our homeless, housing unstable folks out on the streets, as well as our emergency rooms, have become places for people to stay if they're incompetent to go to trial, for example, or waiting that determination. So we've continued to try to keep that low as much as possible, but it is very difficult. And I will say our situation is not that unique compared to other large detention facilities like the one at Hennepin, who also struggle with that. But our main concern has been we've been trying to work a little bit more with Regions Hospital. There's significant pressures of like the emergency rooms. I mean, it's coming to a significant pressure point where there's everybody in that continuum of sorts, whether you're trying to solve homeless issues, whether you're at the hospital where the jails are saying the state of Minnesota needs to really come up with some better solutions when it comes to mental health beds, because we're actually putting a lot of folks into those systems that actually just need a mental health solution. So, but we're trying to keep that census down, and we haven't had any, unlike Hennepin, who's had some force reductions, we haven't had that any time in the recent time. So we've been able to at least manage that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you bringing it up. Yes, I should add that slide, because when people say, what do counties do? I said public health, public safety, parks, roads, libraries, and elections, and all these other things. So we do so much, but public safety is definitely, and our correction system is definitely a key component of what counties do, along with our public health department. So I was trying to keep it low on slides, even though I had a lot of slides. But thank you for bringing it up. Certainly.
It's a good question.
All right, other questions or comments from council members? All right, well, thank you again for being here and for all the work you folks do. Obviously, everybody has roles and responsibilities, and it can't just be done by one entity. It's got to be kind of all the different levels and everybody working together, so we do appreciate all those opportunities to do that, and thank you for being here.
And another just shout out to all of you, because all of you have been willing to go for walks with me, go for coffee, and so we can stay connected and do our partnerships really, really well, I think. So thank you all.
All right. Thanks. Right, that brings us then to our second business item this evening, item 7B, which is to consider awarding the sale of the city's 2025 general obligation equipment certificates. And we have our finance director, Michelle Petrick, with us this evening, who will make an introduction of our guest and talk about the process and how we got to this point this evening and what we're being asked to do in terms of awarding those equipment certificates. Ms. Petrick.
Good evening. Jason Arsvold with Ellers is one of our municipal advisors, and he will go over the sale day report. At your desk, you do have a copy of the sale day report and a copy of the final resolution. And what you're being asked to do is approve the issuance and sale of general obligation equipment certificates for the purchase of the electric fire engine. With that, I will turn it over to Jason.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. As she said, my name is Jason Arsvold. I'm one of the advisors, along with my colleague Stacy Quilving. I've been working with the staff to bring this forward for your consideration this evening. There were several steps in the background to go out and do that. One of those steps was to have the issue rated. So we worked with Standard & Poor's to obtain a rating on these bonds or these equipment certificates to help with the marketability and the interest rate component there. That report is in the sale day report that you have. You'll be happy to see that they've affirmed the city's AAA rating, which is the highest rating that Standard & Poor's assigns. And if you read through that report, they note some things that you all should be commended for, which are good financial practices and policies at a council level, but also the staff management also of the budget, your strong reserves, the strong economy and tax base within Roseville. All those factors contributed to the city's AAA rating. And why that matters is because that helps attract more buyers for your bonds, and that leads to lower interest cost. So one of the things that we help the staff do is really conduct this sale. And how we go about that is that we have this sold on a competitive basis. So we help prepare for basically a competitive sale of the bonds, which is kind of just like you would undertake for the purchase of an equipment or bidding out a road project. We put all the city's information together, go out to the marketplace, and ask them to submit bids. And what we then do is recommend awarding that the sale of these equipment certificates to that lowest bidder. And we did that this morning in our office. We took those bids. You'll see in the report that there were 7 bidders, which is a really healthy number of folks that bid on the bonds. You know, we sometimes might see 2 or 3, but in this case we had 7. And again, a reflection of that AAA rating at a rate of 3.1136%. So that was the low true interest cost, which is the measure that we use to decide who the lowest bidder effectively is on those bonds. And in this case, that was TD Securities out of New York. And so what we then do is pull all that information together, bring that to you this evening. The resolution that's before you tonight then is to consider awarding the sale of these equipment certificates to TD Securities in the amount of $1,790,000. Your initial report, I think, talks about $1,880,000. This particular purchaser included a premium, which we can take and use to reduce the face value of those bonds and still net the same proceeds for you. And that goes into the math of calculating that true interest cost on the bonds. And so you'll see that that amount has been reduced. So for whoever may make the motion, the amount is $1,790,000. So with that, I'm happy to stop. I'll stop, but I'm happy to answer any questions about the rating, the sale process, or any other questions you might have about this bond issue.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Roseville. Councilmember Strawn, question.
I'm wholly out of my league in asking this question. But when I do a quick search, it indicates that TD Securities is wholly owned by Toronto Dominion Bank with Montreal, Bank of Montreal, Toronto, Bank of Canada. Can you affirm, and the Bank of Nova Scotia? Can you is that indeed who we are speaking of in this situation? Toronto Dominion Bank?
Mayor, members of the council, the bidder was the TD Securities USA LLC. That was who effectively bid on the bonds. They often do this in a consortium with several purchasers. They just are the lead institution in this case.
Okay. Just wondering.
Other questions? Councilmember Groff.
Do we have any history or rating for this company that we're potentially working with, the TD Securities LLC?
Mayor, members of the council, we have seen them bid on other bond issues that we've worked on. We don't have any concerns with this particular group, if that's what you're asking. Yeah.
Any other questions from the council? I do want to check with members of the public if anyone from the public wishes to comment on this proposed issuance of these equipment certificates and the sale of those to this entity as outlined in the information presented this evening. This would be an opportunity for members of the public to speak to this. Is there anyone from the public who does wish to speak to this item this evening? It does not appear to be the case. That being the case, we do have the resolution. And just to be clear, it's a bench handout for the council here, but it actually is also, I'm presuming this is in the materials for the general public in the back of the room, as well as the electronic packet. Since the bids were received, that has all probably been updated.
Yes.
All right, thank you. With that, is there a motion from the council?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Schroeder, seconded by Councilmember Bauer to adopt the resolution for the issuance and sale of those bonds as outlined in the bench handout resolution. Discussion on the motion. As the maker of the motion, Councilmember Schroeder.
It's fairly straightforward, and I was pleased to see that we had 7 bidding on it, so that's excellent. So thank you. Looking forward to putting these to good work.
Right. And as the seconder, Councilmember Bauer.
Second, what Councilmember Schroeder said, and good use of using bonds for this long-term asset.
All right. Other discussion on the motion, Councilmember Strawn.
I just appreciate an additional step toward being a city with an electric fire truck and being that example and that ability to be a forward-thinking city in regard to clean energy.
All right. Other discussion on the motion. And just for members of the public who may not understand what equipment certificates are or what that means, the city of Roseville and cities in general and government entities don't borrow money the same way that individuals or businesses might borrow money going to the bank, paying an interest rate in exchange for the funds to buy a house or whatever it might be. So cities sell bonds, basically, and we pay interest to the buyer of those bonds as part of the exchange for getting the money from them to make the purchase or build the building or whatever we're doing. And so it's a little bit different process, but essentially it's the same in the sense that we are getting money up front and we're paying a cost on top of that for the privilege of having time to pay it back. And certainly sophisticated investors out there understand the process and they see government financing tools like this as good investments for their particular needs, and so that's why there's a competitive process. I am pleased that we maintained our AAA bond rating. I think that's really fantastic, as I think only a handful of cities in Minnesota have that bond rating, as I understand it. The other thing I would note is that gets us the benefit of that competitive interest rate. It would be a challenge, I think, to borrow money in other places at that kind of interest rate, and so we do, benefit the taxpayers of Roseville by having that good credit rating, and as a result, paying relatively low interest out there on what we're borrowing. And as was noted, this is an opportunity to purchase our electric fire engine. So that's all kind of win-win-wins across the board. So that's why I'm supportive of the resolution. Thanks for everyone's indulgence and that little bit of explanation. With that, if there's no further discussion, we do have the motion before us to approve the resolution for the issuance and sale of those $1.79 million worth of general obligation equipment certificates. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. That resolution is adopted. That sale is approved. Thank you to everyone
Thank you.
involved in that. All right, next on our agenda, we have item 7C, which is to consider a petition for vacation of right-of-way that is known as, I believe it's Aldine in Roseville here in the southwest portion of the community. Some pronounce it Aldine, but I've heard it both ways, so I'm going with Aldine myself. But anyway, this item, as folks may know, was before the council as a city-initiated potential vacation of right-of-way earlier this year. That was not able to receive the required 4/5 vote or 2/3, which works out to be 4/5 in our case, and so that was not, that didn't go forward. But in the meantime, the intervening time, the residents adjacent to that property then petitioned to the city for that vacation, and so that's why we're here this evening. And I apologize to Mr. Freihammer for potentially giving a part of his presentation, but I will turn it over to our Public Works Director, Jesse Freihammer, to bring this before us for council consideration.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Well said, Mayor. You did take some of my thunder, but that's all right. So this was there's a very similar process to what we've brought before you previously. Just a few updates. So this is the same right-of-way vacation that was considered on June 16th. It is 30 feet of right-of-way is dedicated in the Mid Oaks plat. So that's between Rose Lawn and Ryan Avenue. Attached is an exhibit. We did have a survey done just to confirm right-of-way and to just clarify where the existing kind of informal pathway is. Both these images are from the same drawing. The one on the right is just a little bit more zoomed in, but there's a little bit of a meandered pathway. On the north side, it's more in the on private property. As it gets to the middle, it's in the existing platted right-of-way. And then as you get further south, I think the driveway traditionally has been kind of used, so it goes off property there. So We did just include that just to clarify some questions that have been brought up previously. Otherwise, I did update this slide slightly, but the memo as we previously presented about a future pathway consideration, that pathway would have to be constructed within the 30 feet of the existing right-of-way we have. There was some we had previously discussed that we don't own the western 20 feet. That is private property that has been confirmed with the county. There's both support and opposition for this pathway, if it was built or not built. Segment is 590 feet long. Costs, as we'd mentioned, would be between 84 and 177,000, plus potentially additional costs if we did additional crosswalk treatments. Basically, the connectivity to the neighborhood, without the connection, the walk's about 1,900 feet further via Fairview or 2,700 feet via Snelling. I did add this, so the previous memo we had mentioned the pathway scoring criteria. We did miss in our memo that this is actually a constellation link in the city's pathway master plan. It's constellation link CK2, very fancy nomenclature for the parks plan. The current plan has that pathway scores go from 5 to 25, so this would rank about 23rd. It gets a little more points than it previously had just because it is a constellation link. And if you look in the scoring rubrics, that's why that's there. Otherwise, the city attorney provided a memo related to the future use of land dedicated as right-of-way in the memo. This reviews if the right-of-way could be converted into parkland, so it could be left as natural wooden path similar to other parks. And in it recommends that the council, if they do choose to do this, make specific findings in support of how a park use with no pathway is consistent with right-of-way regulations. So I will let the attorney speak to her memo much more clearly than I. So if you have questions on that. Otherwise, I did update this slide just to kind of clarify what the constellation and is this actually in the pathway master plan. So in the pathway master plan document, it's a very detailed plan, but the actual pathway master plan is attachment 5. So that's the actual pathways that are listed in the rank. When the pathway master plan was updated, I believe in the 2016 or 2017 update, I don't recall the exact year, but we did roll in the constellations that weren't included in the pathway master plan as reference, and it was asked at the time that we include those in the scoring. So we did include them in the scoring, but it is actually a separate attachment, so that's why it's not official. And as the Parks and Rec, so the constellation plan comes from the Parks and Rec master plan. And this little excerpt from that kind of explains what that is. So importantly, the Parks and Recreation System Master Plan does not intend to dictate the type of connection, a sidewalk, trail, etc., as responsibility to implementing a pedestrian or bicycle facility outside of a park falls to Public Works. However, the links posed in the constellation and sector diagrams aim for alignment with the city's existing pathway master plan, with a final location for the link being coordinated with Public Works and the master plan. So basically, the constellation is just a concept. Is more of a concept of where you could put a pathway. The pathway master plan is kind of the adopted plan that council has adopted moving forward. So just wanted to kind of clarify that. It is still a potential pathway, but it's not officially in the pathway master plan. So the requested council action, as the mayor had alluded to, this is a petitioned vacation, so it would be to consider a resolution approving the right-of-way vacation for a portion of Aldine that is located between the parcels listed. This would be a 3/5 vote requirement, as the mayor mentioned, since it is petitioned. Previously, it was 4/5. And then the alternative action, similar to the previous one, would be consider a motion to retain the right-of-way and designate a public pathway and to update the pathway master plan. And then if the vacation is not approved and no other motion is made or approved, the status of the vacation will remain as is. So similar to the previous motion. So with that, that's the end of my presentation. I can certainly answer any questions that the council may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Freihammer. And I did want to also thank Attorney Tierney for the memo, because I think after the discussion last time we were looking at this, the notion of potentially looking at a park-based solution at least came to my mind, and may have come to other people's as well. And so the question had come up as to whether that's a possibility. So I appreciate that information. It seems that it's to summarize the memo, perhaps overly generally, it's easier to designate if there's actually a pathway as part of it, since you're transitioning from a road use essentially to another type of transportation use as opposed to designating a road right-of-way as just a park without a specific pathway. Is that pretty well similar to what Mr. Freihammer said, a summary of what you had said?
It's a fair summary.
All right, thank you. Ooh, all right. So I just wanted to start with that. But with that, certainly this is an opportunity for questions to staff or certainly the attorney from council members. Are there questions to staff or the attorney? Councilmember Strong.
This is actually a question that maybe Mr. Trudgeon or Mr. Matt Johnson could answer. But when we purchased the less than an acre spot from the area on County B west of Cleveland, what was the price that we paid in order to purchase that land?
I believe, you're talking about the park dedication at the very end of B?
Yes.
Yeah, that was park dedication, so it was acquired through the platting process of that development. So I don't believe the city paid for it.
We paid for a small portion, so park dedication acquired about half an acre of it. It was a total of 5-acre parcel, and we purchased the rest for somewhere in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $30,000. You're catching me without the background, but it's somewhere around that because we understood that 8/10 of an acre park would be much more usable than a half-acre park in that scenario. So we worked with the developer to negotiate that price. It wasn't particularly useful land for the developer as well. So, but as the mayor stated, the preponderance of it was park dedication.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? All right. Thank you for that. We will provide an opportunity for public comment at this time, and this will be a chance to review the rules for public comment. So we do, by city council rule, have some rules established for public comment. The first of which is a time limit of 3 minutes per speaker, which I will try to enforce gently and generously as I can. I know we may have a number of speakers here, so we may have to be a little more strict on that. But I like to note to people that you can say a lot in 3 minutes, believe it or not. So with that, that's that rule. We ask that speakers address their comments or questions to the city council, and then the city council will then, at the end of the comment period, take any questions that were asked and make sure that if we can get answers for those so that we keep the process moving. We do, for the official record, we do ask that people, if you have a name that isn't necessarily one that we can guess very well at the spelling, once you're done with your comments, you can step off to the side and let the next person begin to speak. And there is a clipboard you can just write your name on so that we can get the spelling correctly. No need to add any additional information other than the spelling of your name. Let's see, everybody gets a single chance to speak on an agenda item, and so you kind of have to make sure you cover what you need to cover during your time. And if you do go over or start to go over your time allotment, if you do have information written down, certainly we can get that to Mr. Trudgeon, who can then get it to the council, or you can certainly follow up with an email, although that may be after action might have been taken. So if you happen to have it in writing, we can get copies to the council. I believe with that, I've covered all the items. Mr. Trudgeon.
Just have a little bit of business just to talk about the public hearing notice.
Oh, okay.
So published and legal mail notices have been provided for this public hearing. Legal notices appeared in the city's legal newspaper, the Pioneer Press, on July 2nd, 2025 and July 9th, 2025. Mail notices were sent on July 9th. Affidavits of publishing and mailing are available in the office of the city engineer.
And just to clarify once again, what's the properties that receive the mailed notice? Are they within 500 feet of the property?
I will turn to Mr. Freihammer.
Mr. Freihammer is ready to answer that.
I believe it's all residents within 400 feet, as well as all the residents within the Mid Oaks plat.
Okay.
So I have a map if people need it.
All right.
But
Thank you. All right, with that, then we'll go ahead and this is, as was noted, an official public hearing on a petitioned request for vacation of a right-of-way. And we'll open up the comment period now with our first speaker queued up and ready to go.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Rowe and City Council members. My name is Mindy Erickson. I live on Mid Oaks Lane and ask for your vote to vacate the Aldine Street right-of-way. In 2022, and again over the past few months, city staff used the city's own criteria, processes, and plans to determine whether there is a city purpose for retaining the right-of-way. In 2022, city staff determined that this segment, along with many others across the city,
Actually, Ms. Erickson, I'm just going to ask you to pause for just a moment. We won't count it against your time. But I note a member of the public is queuing up ready to go, and I was going to note, feel free to have a seat at the other chair, at the other microphone, to be ready to go. I forgot to mention that process part. And then if people want to be the next person after that, there's some open seats in the front row that can be used for that purpose. So thank you for your indulgence on
Great.
that, and I apologize for the interruption.
No worries.
I just there was a person looming behind you, and I didn't want you to
I
be
can't see,
concerned
so
about
it's
that.
all right.
Very good. Continue.
In 2022, city staff determined that this segment, along with many others across the city, were no longer needed for their original city use. The 1938 Mid Oaks plat described the segment as Aldine Street. This portion of Aldine Street was never built and is no longer planned. More recently, city staff evaluated construction of a city path. The June 10th path feasibility memo reports that building an ADA accessible city path in the right-of-way would be both environmentally damaging and expensive. The memo also notes that the segment ranked extremely low compared to paths already planned across the city. And finally, the recent land survey by the city shows that about 3/4 of the length of the much-discussed dirt shortcut was on private property west of the right-of-way in the open, flat, low corridor around the storm sewer alignment. The city establishes process and plans in part to guide fact-based decision-making amid misinformation, conflicting opinions, and emotion. Please cast your vote to respect the city's processes and plans, to preserve dozens of mature trees, to recognize the city investments already made in paths along Fairview and Snelling, and to redirect the city's limited resources, both time and money, toward critical infrastructure, housing, public safety, and other citywide challenges facing our community. Please vote to vacate the Aldine Street right-of-way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Hello and welcome.
Hi. Yeah, I'm just here to urge.
And if you could introduce yourself.
Oh, John Reinhardt, and my name is John Reinhardt, and I'm just here to urge voting against the petition. My wife and I, we bought our starter home on Ridgewood Lane 35 years ago, and have enjoyed living in the neighborhood ever since. And as long as I can remember, we've really, really enjoyed using that path. And for about the past 10 years, I have been home officed for my employer, Oracle, where I work as a software engineer, and use the path multiple times a day, enjoy it, using it every day for the purpose of medical reasons, to take walks and enjoy the health benefits of that. And to consider closing the path doesn't benefit the neighborhood. It seems like it really benefits only a handful of people, but really does a disservice to a much, much larger majority of people. So that's all I wanted to express to the council. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And just before you leave the table, if you can take the microphone and push it about 10 inches further away from you. These microphones are able to pick up sound from a further distance. I know it's a tendency for people feel like they need to be real close, but they'll adjust for the sound pretty well in the control room. Thank you for that. Hello and welcome.
Yes, hi. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for the time. Having lived in the neighborhood.
I'm sorry, I may not have been clear about that in the instructions. If you can introduce yourself.
That's a really good point.
Indicate either your address or
Who
your
am I?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Dan Gallagher. I live at 2009 Herschel Street on Roseville. We are about 2 blocks away from the north entrance to the trail. We have lived there since 1989 and have used the path in question frequently since that time. In trying to understand the issues here and looking into what might be the justification for vacating public land to private use, I did some online searching to find out what the basis for that was. I did find and only found this, a Minnesota statute that speaks to vacation of streets. It's 412.851. You're probably familiar with that. And I won't read the whole thing, but the important part that's relevant to this discussion is it says, no vacation shall be made unless it appears in the interest of the public to do so. This path is frequently used. It's used by many people in the neighborhood. The petition that you received speaks to that. And consequently, it's very difficult for me to understand how making that path unavailable by vacating that land to private ownership would be in the public interest. And so I would ask you not to do that, not to vacate the land, to take public land and give it for free to people that have been impinging on public land for 60 years, perhaps, maybe longer. So that's one point. The second point is simply that you're all familiar with the 2040 Comprehensive Plan, obviously. I would just draw your attention to the last part of the very first sentence of that plan, where it says, the plan is to develop over the coming decades and is intended to be reflective of the desires of the entire community. And I would argue that the overwhelming number of people in this community favor maintaining a path of some sort through there. I have heard several times references to trees and damage to trees. I say that's nonsense. It's very easy to put a path through there without damaging any trees. No trees need to come down. I think that's obvious to anybody who would actually walk the path and look at it. So I would urge you not to vacate the land. It belongs to the public now. It should remain so. And we should be allowed to make a path through that path for the continued enjoyment of the many, many dozens, perhaps 100 people who use that path. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Hello and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ann Lottie, and I live at 90 Mid Oaks Lane with my husband and our 3 children. Thank you again for the opportunity for public comment this evening. My family's perspective is somewhat unique, as we used to live in one of the Mid Oaks homes that abuts the path. For 17 years, the path was a quiet, lightly used feature of our backyard. It gave us a chance to say hello to the occasional passerby and our kids a place to explore and play in the woods. At the start of the pandemic, we moved 30 minutes away to an outer ring suburb where neighbors were farther apart and tended to keep more to themselves. 4 years later, this last summer, we moved back to the Mid Oaks neighborhood just around the corner from our old house. We missed our village. Its warmth, its walkability, and most of all, its strong sense of community. Thank you for having a survey conducted and providing clarity with regard to property lines. Since the last meeting, our family has effectively stopped using the path. Our school route is now up in the air. If the remaining 30 feet are vacated, I fear we'll lose the opportunity for a practical, common sense path solution. I would happily clear buckthorn, lay mulch, etc. to create a clearly defined path that is fully on the right of way. If a path ceases to exist, it would be a great loss. Not so much for me, even though I enjoy passing through the woodland, but for all the kids. Yes, they can ride the bus to school or walk the longer, less safe route along Fairview or Snelling Avenues to friends' houses. And while those options are feasible, they don't offer the same joy and the same freedom or the same connection to place. The Aldine path has existed for decades. Over the years, the route has shifted, fences have gone up, vegetation has filled in, and epic stick battles have ensued. Native woodlands have been restored, and our community has felt connection. Please vote against vacation tonight, not to take sides, but to give the city and our community time to come together and find a thoughtful solution, one that preserves a simple footpath and the spirit of connection it represents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Hello and welcome.
I didn't write anything out. My name is Mary Parnell. I live at 1760 Ryan. If Wheeler was extended from Brimhall to Rose Lawn, that would run along the east side of our property. We currently do get traffic from Rose Lawn through our home down Wheeler because there are hard surface walkways between Schreier and Skillman, and again between Eldridge and the school. And we haven't discouraged anyone from doing that. We have a similar wooded area, no man's land between our home and the home on Roselawn. But I would ask you to vote against vacating it. I could see it happening that we would get more traffic in an area that doesn't have an easement. It might be better to find a creative solution for the easement that currently exists rather than pushing more traffic. There is a need for the school children to get from those neighborhoods to their school, and that would be our take on it. Again, I would say that trees don't need to be cut down. There is no fence right at Roselawn. There's about a 6-foot piece of fence that would need to be removed. The fence running north-south could stay in place and just put the path on the other side of that fence. It doesn't have to take a lot of money to make a simple natural path, not a paved path, and maybe we could even get some neighbors willing to help with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comments. Anyone else like to speak on this matter this evening? And once again, we do have the 2 microphones, so feel free to have a seat at the other mic if you want to be next.
Hi, I'm
Welcome.
Janet Reisinger. I live at 1797 Schreier, which is not very close, but close enough to that pathway that we have used that since we moved in 1991. We love that path, but ever since I discovered it, I have never understood why the chain link fence is up at the end there. And to me, the simple solution is to have that fence put where the line should be, and so that you can walk where it is and not where the path should be instead of going through the driveway of that neighbor. I'd like to know the answer to why that chain link fence is there. It doesn't seem like it's in the right place. That's it.
All right, thank you. Appreciate your comments. Hello, welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Donald Galt, live at 2021 Herschel Street here in Roseville. My wife and I moved into our house 32 years ago, so we've lived in that house almost half my life. I'm not going to go into details on that, but truly, it's almost half of my life living here in Roseville. And one of the things I want to start with is saying we love living in Roseville. And I was just looking at the city newspaper, and what this city newspaper talks about is the work of this city that all of you lead, which is to connect us. You make a connected, caring community together. I have walked on that path thousands, literally thousands of times. If you take 32 years times 2 or 3 times a week minimum, times 52 weeks in a year, it's 3, 4, 5,000 walks down that path. In that time, I have actually seen the people that have homes that abut the path, and we wave at each other and we smile. And there's never been any concern that I've been aware of until this issue of vacation came up. And I have to say, and this is supposed to be funny, vacation always seemed like a happy word to me. And this is something that has caused great, great harm. And I'm not saying that to judge anyone here or to say anything bad about city staff or any of you. No one really understood quite what you were doing, and you couldn't have. I think at the time that this vacation request came through, there were probably dozens or hundreds of vacation requests. One of the things I would ask you is, have any other communities come forward and brought the kind of concerns and caring about those vacation requests that this one has raised? I am not asking you to say yes or no tonight. What I'm asking you to do is to figure out and to lead a healing process for our community. Because when we drove up tonight, I was looking and I bet many of us were looking at each other like, are you one of the ones on my side or your side? We're neighbors.
Amen.
And this country is falling apart right now. I don't want, I shouldn't say this, but we have to be the adults that are showing how people can live together and care for each other. So whatever happens tonight, we have to move forward and we have to find again how to be caring neighbors with each other. And I say that as a place that believes in this. That's what Roseville is about, and that's why we have made our home here. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Hello and welcome.
Hi, Daniel Ruin, R-U-E-N, 20 Mid Oaks Lane. Lived there with my spouse Claire for the last 4 years. I'd like you all to imagine a playground where the kids have been playing together for years, and they even love each other. And then this PTA working group, a playground use task force, decides to give the tire swing area to only one set of kids who happen to use it more than others. And so obviously the kids are going to start fighting, and it's not the PTA task force's fault. They're just doing this with tire swing areas all over the school district. But what those kids really need in that moment is for the principal of their school or the school counselor or some caring teachers to step in and say, hey, you know what? We didn't really think this through. You know, we're going to get everybody together, all the stakeholders, and we're going to work this out for everyone's best interest. Now, I realize all analogies break, you know, when you stretch them too much. And I don't want to think of myself as a child who can't work things out with my neighbors. But what I hope you all can take from my analogy are two important things. One is, this is not our fault, the neighbors who care about each other, as this gentleman just said so well. This isn't our fault. This situation was put upon us by the city. And I feel like it's really on all of you to help us address it, not just at a legal level, but a relational level. And number two, you know, we're trying to play by the rules of what's been handed to us, but we need your support to help us think outside of the rules now with a neutral third-party mediator, because more than having a community walking path, which I do support having, we need to have positive, trusting relationships with one another in our community. I really enjoy my neighbors, especially Art and Sarah who are here, and Tam who are along that right of way. And our relationships are important now, and I think they're going to become even more important in the future. Finally, I think you all are missing out on a test case of how to build more resilience as a trusting community here. I was at the last meeting on this issue, and I heard so many people say, we want to work together on a compromise. We ask for your help to be creative. We want to slow this down. We can find a different way forward. I'm willing to put in, you know, volunteer hours. And so I'm asking you, if you can't guide us through a situation like this so we can maintain trust in one another and trust in you, tell me what's going to happen when we get 15 inches of rain? You know, what's going to happen when straight line winds come through here and knock down all the trees and we don't have power for 3 weeks, or a tornado? What happens when ice bulks up and starts disappearing more and more people for ridiculous reasons? We just heard an alarming report by the county. These challenges are already here. In other words, we're going to need each other, and we're going to need you. And as a resident, I'm not that encouraged by what I've experienced here so far, so I implore you to look beyond this situation, beyond a legal or policy standpoint, and cast your vision further into what is the true investment any of us should be thinking about in Roseville, and that's in our relationships. So I don't think it's a question of money. I just think it's a question of our collective will. I'm currently a pastor at St. Anthony Park Lutheran Church, and we work closely with the community council there, the community foundation, and they have resources for pro bono, neutral third-party mediators for just this sort of thing. I'd be happy to share that information with you. So I just ask you to slow this process down, to work with us. Fulfill your role as our teachers, as our principals, as our caring counselors, so we can maintain and improve our resilience and our relationships. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your comments this evening. I just want to note this isn't a performance, and so we don't do applause or cheers or boos or anything like that. So with that, we do have an opportunity for another speaker. Hello and welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Michelle Pribble. I live at 1738 Skillman Avenue West. I just emailed you all over the weekend, so I'm not going to read my email. But I just wanted to highlight a couple of things from it to make sure that everyone hears it. One, I also want to thank Mr. Freihammer for answering my question about the path and the constellation related to the Parks Department. I think it is important to note that it's not just the folks that are here and signed the petition about using the path that recognize the importance of this connection, that it was recognized as well by the Parks Department as an important part of making sure that the neighborhood is connected to the schools and park system. In my day job, I often work with sometimes conflicting rules to try to find creative design solutions, and I think that's what we need here is a creative design solution that can solve multiple issues. There are precedents for doing things that aren't necessarily what was laid out as how we would have to move forward with a path. It doesn't have to be a 6 to 10 foot wide concrete or bituminous path. There are ADA compliant paths that are made of crushed rock. There are ADA compliant paths that are much narrower than that. We have precedents in Roseville for using that kind of material. Sunset Park, that was mentioned earlier on County Road B, used some of that crushed rock. If you're wanting to take a look at how that is used there. We also have paths just north of this area that are significantly narrower. The path between Aldine and Ridgewood is about 4 feet wide, so that is an existing path that is narrower than the pathways that are shown. There's also precedent for pathway easements on private property. We've been talking about only the opportunity for creating a pathway within the existing right-of-way, which I know is what we're talking about tonight. But as I understand it, an easement is needed for the utilities west that are in the current private property. And perhaps there is an opportunity to create a new pathway easement that follows more or less the existing pathway that is there, that would help to preserve the trees and allow fences to remain for neighbors that have fences there and vegetation that is existing. So I think that there is a way forward that could allow us to continue as a community, and hope that you will consider that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Additional public comment on the proposed vacation of the right-of-way. Hello and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Rowe, council members. My name is Tim Brown. I live at 93 Mid Oaks Lane, and I'm going to bring it down just a little bit. We live facing the right-of-way, and so we have a pretty frequent and constant experience of that area. And what we see basically is that it's a convenient shortcut, and that's got value. It certainly doesn't rise to the recreational feature level that I think has been portrayed here a bit. And we don't see very much traffic down there, to be honest with you. And so where we fall on this is that we've got this public right-of-way that was dedicated in 1938 and has never had any attention or improvement or implementation of any sort of development over 90 years almost. And it's neglected, and it's a no man's land. It's a dirt path that comes and goes, cuts through private property, and anything goes. Bikes come roaring through there. People walk their dogs off leash. People don't pick up. It's a kind of a crazy, and it's poorly maintained because there's lots of questions about what to do there. And so we strongly support the city's policy to right-size property rights and management responsibility, and allowing the underlying property owners to get the benefit of releasing that from the hold that the right-of-way has on it. We also see that the city's pathway plan doesn't score this very high in terms of value, and I know there's a ton of projects that you all are looking at for pathways all around the city that are much larger transportation connections. And so if you're looking at priorities, I think this has got to be pretty low. in terms of the quality of it and the use of it. And for those reasons, we ask you to vacate that so we can properly maintain it and move on with our lives, because this has been a difficult process over the summer, for sure. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments. Additional public comment. I think if we can maybe have 2 or 3 more, then we'll kind of stay on schedule with our meeting, if that's okay with everyone. I don't want to unduly limit folks, but that will help manage the time. Thank you. Hello and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Richard McGehee. I live at 77 Mid Oaks Lane, and I've lived there for 50 years. And I have to say that I'm a little bit astonished at what I hear tonight, because I've lived there adjacent to that path for 50 years, and I don't recall seeing so many people walking down there. I mean, there's occasional people that walk down there, but it's not, and I don't see the romanticism that's also being portrayed here. What I have seen there, besides just some people walking their dogs down the path, I have seen some kids in the past collect there and use it as a getaway place to smoke marijuana, for example. I know it's legal now, but it wasn't at the time. I've seen some kids playing there up to mischief, I'd have to say. And so, and then one final thing, I think that this idea that you should take these people who bought the property without really knowing much, and when they bought it, there was a chain link fence there. To think that now is the time to take that fence down seems to me quite unusually cruel thing to do to your neighbors. So anyway, that's all I had to say. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Hello and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Joe Pribble. I live at 1738 Scaleman Avenue West, here in Roseville, of course. Thank you for allowing more public comment on the issue. And I just would want to say that I think that every time we have public comment, and the longer that this process goes on, we learn more information. And it's important information. And to think that a decision could have been made weeks ago or even longer ago to vacate this property without the information that we now have would indicate that we'd have made a decision too hastily. I think there probably needs to be more time to consider what the options are, especially in light of what we're learning here now tonight and recently. And I think there's a danger, of course, in vacating public land to private property owners in the sense because once the discussion is closed, that land will, of course, likely never be available for public use again, where I don't know what process would have to occur for it to be made available. I think a lot of the concerns that have been expressed can be addressed and have been addressed. And I really want to emphasize, too, that, again, I think we all come at this with goodwill. I think we can find reasons to vacate and reasons not to. But I think that there's a clear consent, well, not a consensus, but a clear majority opinion on what to do with this connection. And at the very least, I would ask that you would avoid making any decisions hastily or based on ideological thoughts that had already maybe predetermined an outcome for this right-of-way, and take into account the majority of what you're hearing from the public, from the people who live here, to make a solution that's equitable for everyone, to come up with a solution that's equitable for everyone. So thank you for your time.
And thank you for your comments. Hello and welcome.
Hello, nice to see you all again. I'm Rachel Brown. I live at 1705 Roselawn Avenue West. And I thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to talk again. It's interesting that the survey continues to be referenced, or people say the majority. And I understand that there's a large crowd here today, but I have talked to lots of people who aren't here today, who have been nothing but respectful and kind and thoughtful, who have stopped walking on the private trail. the private on our private land. So I urge you not to consider to say what a majority is based on the numbers who are showing up. There are lots of people for whom they've moved on once they learned the facts. So 3 things I wanted to talk about. One is I really ask you not to do nothing. And I'm an English teacher by training, so I'm intentionally using a double negative. Do not do nothing. Because what happens is, people are talking about this as is. And I totally understand that there's a loss. There's a loss for people who have enjoyed the shortcut trail. But I also, what we're finding is people really aren't interested in the facts. And there still is misinformation about the 20 feet in particular. In some of the commentary and in some of and particularly in the documentation, there was no ceding of land. There was no one gave that 20 feet back, that 293 feet times 2 times 20, no one gave that back. It was not the city's to give back. It was originally owned, and in the 50s, members of the city government were thinking about it and began the process, but never finished it. So it's always been private land. And so to hear people over and over can say that it's giving this land, it was a recording error that was finally corrected so that we know it's private land. And what's been most troubling is it's painfully apparent where my land is, because you're walking right through it, right through the driveway, right past my house. What hasn't been clear is the northern half, where I know Councilmember Schroeder has seen it, and I don't know if anyone else has seen it since the survey's been done. My heavens, it's almost 3/4 of the land of that shortcut goes on private property, and people who knew that continued to walk on it. I've had to put up signs, ask people, and people are just walking over someone else's yard with no respect to those people. And what I have to tell you is, I sit out on my front stoop now, and I don't wonder if someone's going to wander by. I am totally good with, and anyone who lives in a house with property knows there's a rhythm to the noises and the movement and in the neighbors around you. But picture having anyone at all, walk by your home all the way along your side, the side of your property, or for the 6 property owners now in question, all along their backyards. So if you leave it as is, or if you go for the pathway plan, it's going to move the trail further and further into 4 of the property owners' space, up close to patios, up close to where the children play, up close to backyards. And I am telling you, as someone who has had 3 months where they're just a handful now who continue to walk, including on my bee balm. Like, I didn't put up an angry sign. I put up bee balm, and they walked over it. Like, come on. I know I'm hitting my time.
Approaching 4 minutes.
I'm approaching 4. Okay, so let me just thank you. And I apologize. So obviously, I'm asking you to vacate the land and respect that there is also a community that developed around the 8 property owners. We have been gentle. We have been kind. We have been thoughtful with the staff and with council members. And we ask you to do what your job is, which is to also prioritize and make a decision that benefits the people who are impacted most, which I continue to argue are those 8 property owners. Thank you for this extra time. Sorry.
Right. Well, thank you for your comments. Hello and welcome.
Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak about this. My name is Kevin Watson. I live a couple doors down from the north end of the trail. I'd like to ask the Council to consider 2 options. One, a prescriptive easement over the current path that is on private property. It would maintain the public use of that path. You can talk to your city attorney about what that process might look like. Or the city could help the neighbors clear a new path over the existing right-of-way. A new dirt path could avoid trees if those fences were moved. It sounds like this plan through the Constellation, I don't know what that means, Constellation plan, has been considered over the years and envisioned, maybe not recently. or by this council, but it is there. You know, I sent you an email with a lot of examples of dirt paths and connections throughout the Northeast Metro. One particular one that I wanted to highlight tonight was the Heinel Drive. So if you go to the end of Heinel Drive, which is up near Lake Owasso, there's a path that extends off the end of the cul-de-sac, and then it crosses the railroad, and it's a dirt path between the railroad and County Road C, and it terminates at County Road C. There's no ADA ramp, there's no crosswalk. It's very similar to this trail at the end of Aldine Drive. So, you know, there's rhetoric that this is a trail to nowhere. It just sort of terminates at Roselawn. But it gets people in the Mid Oaks neighborhood over to Brim Hall and Evergreen Park. It gets people in the Ridgewood and the Woodside neighborhood over to the farm fields or the Roselawn Trail or the State Fair as well. So, you know, similar to the Heinel Trail, it probably gets people over to Central Park or County Road C Trail. So it sounds like you've learned recently that this has been identified as a connection. I encourage you to honor that constellation plan and help the neighborhood. It sounds like you have some volunteers that would help you install a dirt path, me included, through that right of way if those fences could be moved. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate everybody's comments this evening. As I said, I think we would do a few more speakers, and we did, and I appreciate everybody coming forward to speak. I don't think there's any question that we've heard from both sides this evening, and we've certainly heard from folks that maybe didn't speak this evening at the prior meeting. So hopefully we have your understanding in that regard with respect to the public comment period. I would now say that we need to address a couple of questions that came up. There weren't too many from the public. I did want to note as to, and I don't know if we need to have staff answer this, but as to how could there be a fence on the property at the south end within the official right-of-way, I don't think anybody that is especially in the public works world, would be surprised to find out that there are improvements that abutting property owners have made on public right-of-way, including on the right-of-way that runs along every street in the community. Oftentimes people will put in retaining walls or put in fences or things like that that may or may not be done in conjunction with the city or officially sanctioned by the city in that regard, and especially given the time frame that we're talking about, going back years and years and years. And so I don't know that we have an answer exactly as to why a fence is there, but I don't know that anybody is terribly surprised that there may be a fence in any of these types of locations. So that was one of the questions. And then the other one, if the city vacates right-of-way and determines later on that it's needed for a public purpose again, and I may look to our attorney and or staff on this one, but I believe the city has to reacquire it essentially, and I'm not sure if we can just simply condemn property. We may have to actually pay a fair market value for it at that point, but I would be open to correction if need be.
That is my understanding, Mayor.
So once we've given up our right to it, the only way to get it is to buy it at that point. All right. I think those were the only questions, at least on a technical nature, that I had noted. Just check with the council. Were there others that you had noted? All right. So the council is asked to consider the petition for the vacation of the right-of-way that has been filed with the city by the adjacent property owners. As was noted, the actions could be to approve the vacation of the right-of-way. We could certainly not approve the vacation of the right-of-way. I would also note that it probably is the legitimate option if the city council feels there is more information that needs to be gained to table action to a future date in order to do that. So I don't want to rule that out as a possibility if that's where the council wishes to go. I would just look to the council for some maybe opening thoughts as to how we might proceed. Councilmember Strawn.
Well, I did follow up with the Community Development Director, Janice Gunlock, in both 91 Mid Oaks and 1705 Roselawn, back to 2000 are the only two along that that property that have known fence permits. So if you look at 77 Mid Oaks and 93 Mid Oaks, their fence permits either were not gone through the city or they preceded the 2000s where they had record of that information. So just wanted to make sure as we look at the plan, 77 does also go into that area and rather substantially, which probably contributes to why continues to be people walking on public, on private property at that end.
Other thoughts from council members? Councilmember Groff.
First of all, I'd like to apologize to all of you here. I think this has turned into a real problem, and unfortunately, the city is, in my opinion, the instigator of that problem. We did not know what we were getting into with this vacation. We've done many vacations before, and they were pretty straightforward. They were in the middle of parking lots, various other things. And so at least I was caught off guard. I shouldn't speak for all the council members, but I was caught off guard by this. It's been a real learning process for me to learn how much this path was used. I did walk on the path before we found out that the 20 feet on the westerly part was.
No, on the westerly part.
Okay. Westerly part was not recorded in 1951 or whenever that document was produced. And so I do know what you're all talking about as far as that goes. It is a connector path, and for me, what I would like to do is is there any way we can focus on what we agree on here? I'm hearing we agree on the trees are important. I'm hearing we agree we don't mind the path as long as it's not too intrusive, perhaps, or not going on public land. Private land, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So is there any way we can come to something more that we agree on rather than focusing on the things we don't agree on? And I guess that's just my comment for now, and I'll listen to what else is spoken tonight.
Other thoughts from council members who perhaps haven't spoken yet? Councilmember Schroeder.
Yes. I see this neighborhood of all these people, and that the shortcut piece going through this area has divided this neighborhood is just sad for me to watch. It's just, to have something like this, because it sounded like some of the relationships had been a long time, and that some of these relationships got broken over this. So, it's similar to Councilmember Groff is, it took me by surprise that it got so contentious and that so many people got upset about this. Now, in the document from our Public Works Director, it talks about, if the 30-foot easterly portion is densely wooded with numerous mature trees that would be affected by any pathway development. So, for me, to cut down trees is a non-starter for me. If those big mature trees, and I guess that might be something to ask people is if to put a path through there meant cutting down the trees, would people feel differently about that? Would they be okay with that? And and then the other piece I just want to make sure is, if we did have a path through there, I'd be concerned on that Roselawn side if there's kids with bikes popping through there and they're ending up on Roselawn, what can we do to? That's a concern. There is that safety issue of when it comes out, because there's no sidewalk right there, and so I just want to make sure that we weren't causing problems that way. But the trees are the one piece that I wanted to make sure that we don't end up doing this path and sacrificing the trees for it. So I think that would be hard, because you're right. I think, like you said, Councilmember Groth, I think people agree that the trees are really important, and especially when you look at some of the size of these trees. Some of them are 36 inches, and that would be a shame to lose some of that. So that's one of the things I just want to make sure that we are aware of that. And I did walk it after the survey was done, and it is heavily wooded vegetation on where the new right-of-way or easement is there. And so there would have to be definitely some cleaning out there. And I think there would be some trees affected by that. So again, I think it's important that people see where that survey is to make sure what that area is that we're talking about. So just some comments on that.
Councilmember Bauer.
Thank you. I echo a lot of what Councilmember Schroeder stated as well. Really sad to see what's happened with this neighborhood. I too had the ability to walk the path after the survey was done as well, and was taken back by where the actual current path is and how much of it is actually on private property, and what the density of the right-of-way area is, and the amount of trees in that area. Is also taken back by the grade as well from the homeowners on Mid Oaks, and concerned about putting a pathway in there, about having to put a retaining wall in there as well to be able to do what the city, to be able to do it safely. I too am quite concerned as well as if we put in a path through there, as we need to for proper, a proper path, one that matches the city plan, city master pathway plan. Concerned about the traffic on there, especially going out to Roseville as well. We were hearing earlier talking about kids going to this with school. I think there was additional costs and monies we should, if we do it, spend on putting in a crosswalk and other things, which is also interesting because that borders a additional city, not just ours to figure out. So for that reason of preserving the trees, seeing what's there right now, I'm really in favor of maintaining what is there and what is the beauty of that neighborhood. I'm really concerned about removing all those trees to take care of this, to produce something more than that's just a shortcut.
Councilmember McGrath.
I want to be clear, when I said I was concerned about the trees, I am not believing that all of those trees need to be cut down. This is being divided, and things are being said here tonight that I don't think are accurate. And I think that a compromise can be made, and that was what I was talking about. I think that we do not have all the information. One of the people who spoke said we are learning information tonight, even as we go forward here. We do not have all the information. This could be designated as a parkway woodland path, and it could be a parkway area instead of an ADA one. And I walked in Cottontail Park today, and we have pathways exactly like that. It connects from Lake Josephine down to County Road C2. You can walk through there. It's not a big concrete path. It's not a bituminous path or anything like that. It's not damaging the trees. In fact, it is a uniter for the neighborhood because when you walk through there, there are a couple signs that have a QR code on them that say, if you're interested in helping us remove invasive species, contact the Friends of the Park here. So I think there are opportunities for us to work together instead of being divisive here. That's what I'm talking about. And I don't think we have all the information yet. I'm hearing about removing trees. I'd like to know exactly what a forester says on that. I would like to know more about where the path would run. I would like to know more about whether the grade is as stated or not. I'm not an expert on those things. I do have a degree in landscape architecture, but I have not worked in that field. But I do know this land is worth value. I used to be an appraiser early in my career, and when we had land that was added to properties, it's worth a certain amount of dollars per foot. So I do understand why the people along that section would like to add that to their property. But I think we need to look at the greater good here. And the greater good is to keep connectivity to the neighborhood. And so that's why I would want to have more information before making this decision. Once we vacate the right-of-way, it's gone. There's no going back. That's over.
In light of those comments, I do want to also note that I don't think anybody in the council necessarily is trying to twist information or anything like that. So I just want to be clear about that. And I'm not suggesting that that's what you're saying, Councilmember Groff. But I do think we do need to have a solution. So at the June 10th discussion, I had perhaps the convenience to not support the motion to vacate at that point because it wasn't going to get the 4 votes. I also didn't support the other motion at that time. And it mainly was at that time because it didn't solve anything. It just left the status quo as it was, and nobody was going to be happy. And that didn't seem to make sense. And so I was encouraged since then to learn more, first of all. I think that was helpful to the process. And I think we have in our system perhaps a way that can address a lot of the questions that people have, a lot of the concerns, and the ability to do something that isn't a 8-foot wide bituminous path that just clear cuts a swath through that property. And that is, as Councilmember Groff alluded to, more of a trail park or something along those lines. And the benefit of that, there's a few benefits of doing something like that. One is that there's no question that our Parks and Recreation system and department has a tremendous process for planning parks and for working with neighborhoods to come up with what can work for as many people as possible. The other potential benefit is that I believe, given things like park dedication funds and given things, other factors, that a process through a park development approach can move more quickly than a public works approach where this is a low priority on our pathway master plan, may not be built for 20 years. That's 20 years of no solution for anybody. Nobody's happy if we want to go through the process of not vacating, but hoping that we get a pathway or something down the road. I think that that is not a great solution. I wasn't supportive of that at the last discussion. My suggestion to the council, if there's willingness to do it, would be to potentially, and I alluded to this earlier, is potentially to table action on the right-of-way vacation request. As I understand it, we're not under any statutory time limits where we have to take action within 60 days or something like that on this type of request. To refer this matter to the Parks and Recreation Commission for their consideration of whether this is something we want to pursue as perhaps a trail park. I can't say what the outcome of that process will be. The Parks and Recreation Commission may come back and say, this is not our priority, this is not something we want to do. There's X, Y, and Z reasons that we might not want to do this. But I think what that process does is it gets more voices that have some specific expertise into the discussion. It provides an alternative approach that might be more like the Cottontail Park pathway that isn't a bituminous or concrete, is maybe easier to work through and around trees, and is maybe able to be done in a way that might not be too intrusive to the abutting properties on either side, or can be done mindful of that. So that would be my proposal, and I'm not going to make a motion to table at this point because I just wanted to put it out there, but that's sort of where I'm leaning after hearing all the discussion. And I just an additional comment, it was interesting to hear from a couple of the neighbors who actually abut the property to say, well, I haven't really noticed a lot of people using it. And it very well could be the fact that the users are fairly unobtrusive and that they don't get noticed. And that may be a positive thing to sort of build on. So I just wanted to put that out there. But with that, I think Councilmember Strawn, for patience, I did want to make some comments, though, before we
First
have that second
comment,
round.
that you can't see passersby as people using the path well. I've used the path for years. I'm sure many of you have never seen me on it, but I've been there. And I would expect that this year, with this animosity and the uncertainty, that it is more heavily wooded because we've had a great year for rain and not as many people probably walking it because they don't know what to do when they get to that south end and there's nowhere to go. People are being respectful, but they don't know. I'd say this was never the property of those adjoining the path. And that's really hard to hear as someone who values the path. I don't abut it. I don't live in that neighborhood, so I'm not going to miss it the way others might. But I just think it is really important. Parkland is so important and so valuable, and this is a free space that the city owns that we have an opportunity to preserve. There was a comment made that everyone's here, but nobody they don't know. 7 to 8 property owners, depending on how you count them, because one family or one group owns 2 homes, and 98 signed the petition to make sure that this right-of-way was maintained. So I think the crowd probably, that shows that. But it's really important that there's awareness because both packets so far have omitted the 98 signatures, and they've been bench handout both times. That, to me, is why we are on this council. And I looked this up because it was really important to me. According to the executive director of the League of Minnesota Cities, which is what we participate in as a city, kind of so we have guidance as a city council and we work in a consortium. A city council is a group of people that live in a community and come together to make decisions on behalf of everyone that lives there. Obviously, we're not going to come to 100% agreement, but we can't just decide for 5 or 6 or 8 people. We have to look for the common good. We have to look for where can we do the most good and where do we have the most effect. And so I would support exploring this. This has gone up to a score of 23. That makes it second, tied for second on that list. So it is not insignificant. And if we can, as a park, find some elevation toward it and find something different. But I do think it really behooves us today, especially, to decide what happens to 77 and 93 Mid Oaks and their fences that are in the right of way. Do they need to move those? Because in the meantime, the people in this room who love that space and who want to walk that space and obviously are quietly passing through and nobody notices, how do they do so without being disrespectful of the people in the area? How do they do their civic duty? And when that fence is clearly in the way, the front of it has now been removed, but the back of it is still there. And at least for the short term, I think that it would need to be taken out. But also, if you look at that other park, the other 77, that starts out outside, and then it seems like it just keeps going until it is over half the path. So I think we can't just do nothing and forward it to for the parks. We need to make a decision on what happens to those folks in the interim. Do they have to take their fence down because it is in the right of way? Or do we allow them to continue to go against the right of way while we have this decision?
Right. A couple of things just to clarify. On the score for the pathway, it's scored a 14, if I remember from the report, which ranks it 23rd out of 25.
Thank you.
So you just had it flipped around. That's
Thank
okay.
you.
And then, wanted to hear from council members on the notion of referring it to the Parks Commission. And I guess just on the topic of what happens to it. So anything that's existing in right-of-way right now that is unused right-of-way, while it is technically not supposed to be there, I'm not sure that the city is actively pursuing efforts to remove things like that unless there's a reason to do so. So my guess would be is that would sort of remain, that fence would remain, or fences would remain while things penned. But we'd have to figure out what needs to be done in terms of enforcement on that. I think the reality of the situation is that certainly it is possible that what is essentially an unofficial path may not be available in a short-term period until decisions can be made as to how we might be able to do something in that right-of-way or actually install something in the right-of-way. And then as part of that process, certainly issues of fences and things like that can be worked through with the adjacent property owners. But I don't know that we have to decide tonight to remove a fence or order a fence removed necessarily, depending on what the council feels. So I'll open it up for some thoughts. Councilmember Groff.
A question, you said there's no timeline on a tabling the motion. Is that correct?
Well, so councils can table always to a time certain or a date certain. Councils can table for purpose of certain things to happen, which once they happen, then it has to come back. Or, you can table indefinitely if you want to. But I think my thought is that we table this to allow the time for the Parks and Rec Commission to weigh it. I think they probably got a meeting coming up this week, or they're usually close to the beginning or end of the month. So I'm not sure they can do it real soon, but I would say we'd give them the time. And it may take multiple meetings to have discussions on it. So I don't want to artificially, shorten the process. But I know that their process is pretty expeditious.
Was your question more about the petition timeline?
No, it's my question was, that you answered most of my question. Okay. Then the other question would be is at that point I would like I have a bunch of questions I would like answered, and I would like to give direction to the Parks and Rec Commission on researching some of those things to give us the complete answer. So that's the only thing. So
okay.
I would make the motion to table, and I know there's no discussion on that. So.
Sure. Before the motion gets seconded, I think it's reasonable to say, perhaps as part of the motion, what are the things we want the Parks and Rec Commission to look at. We can summarize. We could also follow up with more details afterwards. I'm not sure that the commission itself may be able to very quickly answer all of those questions necessarily, not knowing what they all are, but having some ideas. But certainly, I think the commission could take could take probably a closer and better look than we could. Mr. Trudgeon.
Sorry to interrupt the conversation. I just have a question for the city attorney. With if a tabling action is taken, petition is still out there, and a decision will need to be brought back one way or another. I just want to make sure everybody's on that same page, including the folks in the audience. If it goes to the Park and Rec Commission, if that's where the motion goes, something needs to be done with this petition at some point. I just want verification from the city attorney on that.
You're correct.
So tabling is just delaying taking an action, but there's no question, you're absolutely right, that an action would have to be taken. I think my point of view is we probably need some more information before taking that action. Councilmember Cross.
Or we could take the action and they could repetition.
That's always a possibility, but...
Is there a timeline on that when they could come back with another petition?
Councilmember Groff, the statute does not contain a specific deadline for when you need to have made your decision.
But if we deny the right-of-way vacation tonight, is there a timeline they have to wait before they repetition us?
Give me a minute.
Sorry.
Or yeah, that's a good question.
I don't think so, but let me look.
And my suggestion would not be to deny, just because I'd like to keep some options out there.
Okay, I just wanted to know all the options.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Other thoughts from council members? Councilmember Schroeder.
Yeah, and I agree. If we're going to get more information, to me, again, I want to make sure what effect it would have on vegetation and trees. That's a big one for me. So I definitely would want to make sure we have a very detailed understanding of what that would be. And also, I believe some of those, there's other fences that are involved in this now. If you walk where the survey is now, it's not just the two ends, it's in the middle that there's some fencing too with yards. And so I'd like to also understand how many people fences are involved with all of this too.
Sure, and I believe some of those fences appear to be on the property line or near the property line, so they're less potentially problematic. But yeah, fences and property lines are always an issue that's out there in the world of property.
But the survey did help a lot. I wanted to thank staff for doing that. That was very helpful for me to see the survey, because that is one more piece of information we have that's giving us information to make a more informed decision, and that's what I'd like to have more of.
And I would again, if anyone on the council who has not walked it since the survey, I would recommend they go do it. It really, you can really see, it does make a drastic difference on that path.
But I'm hearing people don't want us to do that.
Well, I was just going to say, there probably was a large number of people using it that were council members.
What I did is I called one of the people that had the fence and asked permission to go in. And then they gave me permission, and then I walked it, is what happened.
Perfect, okay. Great, Councilmember Bauer.
I am a little bit concerned about passing this down to the Parks Commission, not because of their not being able to, but just, I guess going with what you're saying, we have to be very explicit about what we're asking them to do and to bring the work that we want them in staff to do, to bring back to us. Just, this is the third meeting on this, right? And it's quite not a normal thing for a commission to be dealt, right? So I'm quite concerned about the pressure and whatnot they're going to face. So I think it's really important for us to be very incredibly explicit about what we're asking from them, what we expect to come back from them as well. And then one of the things I would like to know is, really understand, like, what is this path going to look like if it's so decided? Does it make sense to have a 30-foot wide park in Roseville? And what are the costs that we're looking at as well?
Yes.
Right, and you're talking about using the park dedication funds, but still, we need to know costs. Again, those fences are right at the end. That's because there's a big grade as well that goes from the homes on Mid Oak towards the homes to the west as well, to understand what that looks like as well.
Sure.
So I'd be curious to know, Councilmember Groff's questions that you would like to answer from the Parks Commission.
Perhaps Councilmember Groff can work on summarizing those a little bit, or
Well,
hitting the highlights.
I think those are all valid, good questions. I would say about the safety issue for people coming out. When you walk on Cottontail Park, you can walk right out onto Josephine, and there's no walkway along that side. You would be coming out with a bike right out on there. So I think those are legitimate questions, but we did talk with Public Works about making a line. So those are some of the things that I think there's a lot in our discussion tonight that could be brought up to to the Parks and Rec Department, to Commission, and they do this. This is what they do. So they're there to advise us as a commission. So I think they're even more the experts than we are. I never sat on the Parks Commission, so I would really like the input of those members. But I'd also like them to work, and maybe this is putting more on them than I should, to work with the members of the community in the neighborhood. So maybe there's something that can come together from the community that would have input on this, and I just think that's the better way to go.
I think it may not be part of the Parks and Rec Commission process to consider the answers to our questions.
No.
But if the answer is yes, we want to look at doing this as a park, then they have a tremendous process, as we all know, for engaging neighbors and bringing everybody together around it. I mean, we you know, the Sunset Park is a tremendous example of that, because that was a neighborhood that was very divided over the development that ended up going in that actually contributed most of the property for that park. So I think, and certainly you live closer than I do to that neighborhood, but I think that has helped bring people back together.
Can I have one more indulgement? I need to state this because I do live in that neighborhood, and we don't have the parks or the woodland park paths like they do in the rest of Roseville. So I'm a little jealous of some of them, like Reservoir Woods, which some of the council members live close to. So maybe you don't understand how important it is to keep small pieces of nature available to the public. And that's why I fought for Sunset Park. And there was a division in the neighborhood, and I live in that neighborhood directly, so it was a process. And I really admired the Parks and Rec Department. Thank you to Matt Johnson and to his team for leading that and just using facts and thinking outside the box and being creative. It was very helpful. So that's why I'm supporting that.
If Mr. Johnson is willing to do this, I wonder if he might be able to just let us know if he feels like he's got enough guidance as to what the discussion might be, or if there's things he wants us to clarify before, if there's a motion to table, since there's no discussion at that point.
Thank you, Mayor.
I just want to make sure that that we're not having our Parks Director sitting in the back of the room saying, oh my God, this is going to be terrible, or something like that.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. No, I am not thinking that at all. What I'm really hearing is a better understanding of the feasibility of a potentially more creative solution than what has been brought forth previously, potentially utilizing Cottontail as a model, with the careful attention being paid to preservation of vegetation and specifically historic trees and significant trees, and an eye to overall cost and viability. Did I get it right?
Anything we're missing there?
That's why he's got his job.
Yeah, well, there we go. All right. That sounds like we've got some good guidance, and certainly if there's some nuance or some additional things that come up as part of the commission's discussion, assuming that's the direction we go, the commission has the ability to have those conversations and make recommendations back to the council. One of which might be that, ultimately, no, this isn't the direction we want to go, and that's a legitimate outcome of this process. Right, Councilmember Strawn.
Might be good when you're both there. There's been several people mentioning this crosswalk, and this is a county road, to my knowledge. This part is actually city. One of the rare.
It's joint jurisdiction between us and Falcon Heights.
Yep.
Okay, so we would, but it is a rather long stretch without a crosswalk between Fairview and Snelling. So, but we would work with Falcon Heights if we chose to move forward with that. I don't know.
Yeah, the good news is Falcon Heights city engineer is a city employee, so.
In other words, they contract with Roseville.
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
We have a good relationship there.
You have access.
This is not a part-time gig that they're doing, right? Or, a side gig.
Yes.
All right. Thanks for all that information. Certainly, I think the commission could look at potential for, or the need for a crossing, or how that might be addressed too. I mean, there's certainly multiple ways to look at that. All right, Councilmember Groff.
I would make a motion to table until we have further information from the Parks and Rec Commission.
All right. I was thinking I might have to second that one. All right. It's been moved by Councilmember Groff, seconded by Councilmember Strawn to refer this matter to the Parks and Rec Commission, as discussed and outlined in our previous discussion, for recommendation back to the City Council prior to the Council's final consideration of the right-of-way vacation petition, which still pens during the tabling. With that, no discussion on a motion to table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
That motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Bauer in opposition. If I captured that correctly. Great. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate everybody's involvement and patience, especially for those who are here about County Road C. But stay tuned for more on this particular item. Council, we are at about 8:15, and we normally take a break at about 8, so why don't we use this as a convenient opportunity for about a 5-minute break?
think this is worse.
All right, we're back from a short break here, ready to continue with our business items this evening. We're halfway through. We're on item 7D now, which is to receive an update on the County Road C proposed project for next year, I believe, or thereabouts, and a specific discussion on the crossings related to Acorn Park. And I'll turn it over to our city engineer and assistant public works director, Jennifer Lowry, to introduce this item for the council and perhaps make other introductions as part of the process.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. So we have a couple guests here today that'll come and answer some more questions. We have, we'll do a quick introduction, then I'm gonna ask John Mazzatella to come up. He's the Deputy Director of Public Works for the county for project delivery. He'll give a little more of an overview of the project as a whole and some schedule updates. Then we'll have Luis Flores come up, who is the county traffic engineer. We also have Joey Lundquist here. You guys all moved. Joey Lundquist, who is the project manager for the project. On this image, you'll just see the existing crossing at County Road C in Galtier, and then what a median protected crossing looks like. This one's on Highway 8 near Sandcastle Park. So just as a quick kind of recap, the first meeting of the year, January 6th, a petition was received from the neighborhood council for asking to not build the trail on the north side with the project. Council voted to support the petition and not support trail construction, but still keep the trail in the master plan, and suggested a protected crossing on the east leg of Matilda. And so right now there's a crossing on the west leg at Farrington and on the west leg of Galtier. So we took that information back to the project team. We have staff from Public Works, and we've also met with Matt Bauer, sorry, I saw it, Matt Johnson, to talk through those impacts to the park and the crossing concerns and stuff. So we'll hand this off to the county. Like I said, they'll give an update, and then Luis will give more of a detailed breakdown of kind of what the project team looked at as far as taking that feedback and guidance from the council with the removal of the trail on the north, how that relates to their crosswalk guidelines, and what staff is proposing as options as a result.
And then just real quick to add, I know we had the public comment on the potential speed limit change or the school zone crossing. So that is certainly something that the county can speak to. There's a process for that, and certainly that potentially could be part of this project. But Luis can speak to that when he comes up. So
Yeah, and I note that there was a speed zone added at Parkview Center School within the last year or so that hadn't been there before. So it's probably fresh.
Very
in the
similar
minds of
process,
the
correct.
folks, right?
So we'll turn it over to the county.
Right. Hello and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm John Mazzatello, Deputy Director of Public Works for Ramsey County. This is Luis Flores. He is our traffic engineer. And Jennifer and Jesse had asked that we come give a little overview of the project and then discuss some details about crosswalk modifications, like she mentioned. So you're pretty familiar with this project. I'm assuming it's been going on for a couple of years now. It's a mill and overlay, a pavement replacement project. It's a 4 to 3 lane conversion. We have done a number of these throughout the county and found vast increases in vehicular safety as well as pedestrian and bicycle safety, as well as a little bit of speed reduction with these 4 to 3 lane conversion projects. Rehabilitating the pavement, we're going to add and enhance any ADA pedestrian facilities that are in the area. Thank you for passing your proclamation earlier this evening, honoring the anniversary of adoption of the Americans with Disabilities Act. We look at this with every project we do. Standards change, requirements under the ADA change periodically. We make sure everything we're doing within our projects is compliant with current ADA guidelines. We're also modifying signals at Rice and Lexington. the two ends, the west end and near the east end of our project. We're studying an intersection modification at Victoria. We have received a number of concerns from residents in that area about intersection safety. So we're studying how to make that intersection more safe and have better flow through it. And then also the bridge over BNSF on the west side of Victoria is scheduled for replacement. That is being designed in conjunction with the pavement project. We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. So where we've been and where we're going, the project started in 2023. Its preliminary design work alternatives analysis carried us into 2024. We held our first open house in May of 24, received public comment. That was right here at City Hall. Open house number 2 was in October of 2024, and that was held at the Oval. We do have another open house tentatively scheduled for August 28th this year to present these newly adjusted alternatives for crosswalks, because when we make a change like this, we do want to bring it back to the public so we're not just going into our final design having made a modification the public is not aware of. So we are tentatively scheduled for August 28th. That could shift a little bit depending on comments received this evening or how our design proceeds. We will have final design done by the end of 2025, get all of our permits, and bring the cooperative agreement to the city, ready to bid this project in early 2026 for construction. The bridge is planned right now to go in conjunction with County Road C. We do have a couple issues we still have to work out with the railroad. If that should bleed into a point where we can't bid the projects together, the bridge would go in 27, the road would go in 26. But we are still planning on doing both in a tighter time frame. With that, can this slide over?
I think you need to potentially switch spots.
There you go. Luis is going to talk about some of the crosswalk modifications, and then we can take questions from the council.
Hi, Mayor and council members, thank you for letting me speak here today. Again, Luis Flores, traffic engineer for Ramsey County. If you look at the screen, the two different options that are offered there, they show what are called the pedestrian islands. Just to give a little bit of history as to those facilities and just pedestrian islands in general, they allow for a pedestrian to cross in 2 stages as opposed to 1. So the reduction itself alone, going from 4 to 3 lanes, is already an improvement for the pedestrian that's crossing. They're crossing a shorter distance. If they could cross while looking one direction first, making it to the center, looking to the other, they could cross more safely. I spent the day looking through some of the feedback that was received on January 6th as part of the past meeting. So some of the different options that were offered were to not put any of these islands, to mark all 7 consecutive intersections with pedestrian cross. And I can't imagine that being something that I would support as a traffic engineer and somebody with the interest of safety in the community. I'll also add that with the benefit of before and after data, I haven't been at the county now for over 5 years. I've looked at what these 4 to 3 lane conversions looked like before and afterwards from a safety standpoint. Crashes of all types, as John Mazzatello said, were reduced, and this is internal numbers to us, to Ramsey County. All crashes are reduced by about 40%. Pedestrian crashes, I looked at 6 different corridors where this was applied. They're reduced by 28%. There is one of these 6 corridors is Maryland, which includes the intersection of Arcade, which had a huge bump in crashes, pedestrian crashes, in 2021. This is related to a number of factors. If you take that out, that one of the 6 segments, then that 28% goes to 68% reduction in pedestrian crashes. And so I don't have anything planned other than just to speak to my profession, speak to why decisions are made. To the point about ADA, we would not put a crossing where there isn't a receiving ramp for either direction. I actually drove the corridor before coming here, and I noticed that the existing ones at Farrington, I forgot what the other one is, but they essentially lead to a driveway, and then the other one leads onto a curb. And so I'm fortunate enough to have my sight, but I can only imagine what somebody without those capabilities would have to go through if we were to put down the same crossings that were there before. So again, I don't have anything prepared. I've looked at this. I've critiqued it. So that was one of the options. Go ahead.
Want to go to the second option?
Sure. This one shows 2. That one shows 1. And at the end of the day, the goal here is to get people from a ramp to a median to another ramp, and then from where they're coming to their destination in the safest way possible. And that's the reasoning as to why we're doing this. I'll also add that as part of the ones we've implemented recently along Dale Street, we've gotten nothing but positive comments from bicyclists. And that's a rarity because we hear more the negative than the positive. But people have reached out through our public works director, and he forwards me these emails and says, "Hey, bicyclists are loving this." So, other than that, I'm not sure what else to respond to here. Just to introduce myself.
On the first option, we are showing a trail between Galtier and Matilda, and that is to facilitate that mid-block crossing with the adequate ADA compliance with it. There would be no other trail between Western and Rice. So that trail only exists to facilitate a crosswalk. And then on the second option, there is no trail at all between Western and Rice with the one crosswalk going off of Farrington. So just to be clear, those are 2 different options we're considering, and we wanted to get comments from the city council on those options.
Thank you, John.
All right.
And with that, we would entertain questions.
Okay.
And we also have our project manager, Joey Lundquist, is in the audience if there are other technical questions
If there are
surrounding the
questions
project.
that you two can't answer, she's the expert that can field those, right?
I'm the deputy director. I'm at the policy level. I have great engineers and project managers that dive into the details for me.
Got it. I'm going to start the questions because this is a particular point that was of interest to me in looking at these options. If at the Galtier, the eastern crossing, if we didn't have the island in the middle, but we provided better landing places at both ends on the curbs on either side with proper ADA compliance and alignment, does that either meet the county's policy for crosswalks or get closer to meeting it, even though you wouldn't have the island in the middle for that ability to look the other way?
Can I ask a question about your question?
Sure.
Are you talking about on the east side of Galtier?
This would be
or
on
where
the west side,
existing
where
west crosswalk
the
is?
current west side is. If it was more directly aligned north and south instead of sort of angled, first of all, and then at the north side and then at the south side as well, if there was a good, what I'm trying to say, ADA compliant landing with a ramp and a place for people to end up and perhaps connection to the pathway that's there on the south side. And maybe a little short segment of pathway to get to Galtier on the north side, would that be something that would be passable by county engineering standards?
So I'll first say that the initial design with the 2 crossings was based on community input. And community input, obviously did not choose Galtier as one of the options. Mm-hmm. But to answer your question, Mayor Rowe, more than likely that would, but I would have to look at the crash data at this location. I'd have to look at what type of movements, traffic, data that I don't have in front of me. So, okay. But to answer your question, for the sake of this conversation, if there was landings on both ends and receiving ramps rather, and the skew of the crosswalk, I think that's what you're referring to, aligning it more parallel or perpendicular, more than likely it would be met, but I would have to review what the data says.
Okay, so it could meet it?
It could, yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
That's an answer that I can deal with.
To kind of restate that non-engineer speak, are you asking sort of for a mirror image of what we're doing at Farrington?
Except for the center island.
Except for the center island.
Because you have the left turn action that you need to preserve at Galtier. I mean, you could always eliminate it, but the people in Galtier might not like that.
Right. But essentially that same thing, a little piece of trail connection, and then a north-south.
Exactly.
And to my point earlier, the 4 to 3 lane conversion alone already is making it better for pedestrians, but it's not as ideal as a pedestrian island is.
Got it. Thank you. Thanks to the council for letting me go first. Questions from the council or feedback? Councilmember Strong.
I don't recall that we talked about this before, but someone brought up North Heights Christian Academy earlier this evening, and still here. So in looking at that, that's actually to the east. It's Galtier, Marion, Woodbridge, and then the school. I know that we've done other projects in Roseville where we looked at trail segments and such to connect schools. Specifically, I know we were working on looking at trail segments between like Edie Williams up to St. Odelia's, along Victoria, things like that. You know, without, if we're directing folks to that north side, then there's nowhere for them to go. Are there any other trail segments anywhere along, nothing on the north, to my knowledge, that would guide students to that school there?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And is there a pretty robust crosswalk? It looks another angled for some reason up at Rice Street. It is kind of a weird intersection, I guess. That would safely cross students from the south side over to the north side. I don't know what the walking population is of a school. It's probably a large transportation student body by choice, but just wondering as far as, you know, how, if there's a way to make sure that there's a safe passage.
That sidewalk crossing at the school is going away. We've been talking with them.
Okay.
They're going to take away the sidewalk that goes to the corner.
Oh.
Mayor, members of the council, this is Joey Lundquist, our project
Sorry.
manager from Ramsey County.
And you're talking about on the north side of
On the
C,
north side of C,
between
at
the
the
school
corner
and
at
Rice.
Rice. At Rice.
Okay.
Yeah, at the corner.
but the pathway along Rice Street continues to,
They have their own sidewalk.
right?
It's back from the road.
Ah, okay, okay. But the main crossing for people getting to that school site is sort of on the south side of C, get to Rice Street, and then cross over, if I understand, from the south direction, probably.
Yeah, I don't think there's a very good sidewalk to walk to the school.
Okay.
They're taking out the piece to the corner, and mostly it's, you have to drive to their parking lot and walk on their sidewalk.
I was trying to
in the
remember, I
school.
thought there was a pathway on the west side of Rice Street, but I'm not sure if it goes all the way down to C for sure.
No.
Okay, got it.
Here.
Oh, a new computer. Ah, okay, got it. Appreciate that.
So there's no public pathway on the west side of Rice Street?
Not in that section
On the
anymore.
north side.
Okay.
Not on the north side of County Road C. That is actually programmed
Is there
for the future.
a north-south pathway of any kind on the west side of Rice Street right now?
No.
In that area?
No.
Okay, I knew there was a segment that was put in, but it must be farther north.
There's one up to C, I believe, but it stops at C.
Real quick, Mayor and Council, yeah, the only gap on Rice Street on the west side is between C and C2. There's a pathway the rest of the distance.
Got it, okay.
We did the pathway on C2 to the north side 5 years ago.
Right, yep, okay.
And we do have that trail gap programmed for a future project in the tip that's going to come in a few more years.
Got it, okay. That helps to clarify that, thank you.
Pull up a map.
That's what we were doing here, too. Other questions from the council or feedback? Councilmember Schroeder.
So, follow up a little bit what the mayor's talking about, that centerpiece, does that interfere with plowing when we have those there?
Well, they're county roads, so it's the county's problem.
No, that's when we look at these projects, we consult our internal maintenance as well as city and.
I would say, working deputy director to deputy director, no significant interference. Anytime you put something in the road like that, there is interference, but it's something our plow drivers deal with multiple times all over our network. It's
Okay.
not that big of an issue.
And then the other question is, have you looked, you said you looked at the crash data on here too, because you were talking about percentages of how things were getting reduced. Does that apply to this actual street, or is that just in general?
No, I was looking at locations where this has been done in the county.
But you don't have the crash data?
I do, I'm not in my head, but
Oh, okay.
but
But that's what I mean, you don't have it here right now?
No, it's on my computer. I could pull it up if I need to. But
Okay.
I will say one additional piece of this project is that I put together the federal funding application for this project. And so in order for federal funding to be received, there has to be some sort of a crash condition, or as we all know how funding works.
Right.
And so there obviously is a crash condition along this corridor.
That's why I was trying to
Yes,
get
right.
to the detail of that, so we
Yes.
understood that piece of
I will
it.
gladly share it with the council.
Thank you.
Mayor, yeah.
Councilmember Groff.
So if I'm reading this right, this slows traffic to a degree, perhaps. Is that your experience with other projects?
Correct.
Yes.
And
Along
then
with the narrowing, along with the narrowing of the road as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And then it makes us more compliant with ADA in a different way. And I do remember the last time we had a hearing, I think, if I remember correctly, we did have one person who said they helped someone in a wheelchair, and they said it is difficult to get all the way across without a spot in the middle to stop. So that's just one person, but
That's been our experience in dealing with crosswalks and ADA compliance is whether it's somebody on a motorized scooter or wheelchair or someone with a stroller, that additional time to get across multiple lanes of traffic. The center island really does provide a refuge.
Thank you.
For stopping and a resting spot.
Somebody with a seeing disability would also have they're called raised domes and all sorts of treatments to kind of guide you as you're making your way onto the road, off the road, onto the road again, and off the road again. So the detectable surface is what it's called.
Right. So with this project, as you noted, the next steps include the open house in August.
Yes.
Which would be probably the primary opportunity for members of the public to weigh in on these design options, in addition to what you've heard this evening from the council. So I'm wondering if it makes sense to have a public comment at this time, or I mean, we can certainly open it up. I don't know that we've got 20 people who are here for this necessarily either, but I do want to provide the opportunity for public comment. So maybe if we can have you folks have a seat off or away from the table for a moment, we'll open it up for public comment.
Maybe leave
not
last slide
foregoing the opportunity for feedback at the open house as well.
Thank you.
And then would you like us to come back up and address any questions, or would
Be
you like us
prepared
to
do
wait
that.
those for the
Yeah,
open
be
house?
prepared to do that
Okay.
if you need to, yeah.
Sure.
Mayor, I'll do my best to stay within the time limits.
I will do my best to be gentle and enforceable.
Thank you. Appreciate that part. I might go just a hair over three minutes, but I'll try to do my best. My name is Greg Schrader. I live at 2646 Matilda Street, and I am an ex-council member and a retired civil engineer. With that in mind, what I recall at the time that you guys moved forward with this project to represent the residents that petitioned you to eliminate this project, that we had talked about some passive crossings at Farrington where we basically put some ADA ped ramps or something like that, not a concrete island in the middle. It was basically modifying those intersections with some ADA crossings so that people could continue to cross. I guess I'm really at a loss of why we're even considering this one. Does someone tell me can we put up number one?
I can do
Proposal
that.
one?
Pat can do it.
There we go.
Here we go.
What's up?
It is up there.
This is one crossing. Well, first off, it's next to my house, so it's very personal to me and my family. Nobody's going to use this crossing. You can build it all you want, but nobody's going to use it. Nobody's going to walk from Matilda back towards the east, cross at a mid-block crossing, and then turn around and go back west to get into the park. They're going to continue to cross at the intersection as they've done in the past, and there's always an opening. I cross that road so many times in a day. There's always an opening in traffic to cross. It just happens to be that way. So I guess I'm not even sure why we're even considering this when you gave forward to the county a recommendation to eliminate these things, and they're still coming back to us with something. So does that mean the county doesn't care about what the city says? They don't care about what you're thinking about or what you're trying to do? They're not listening to the residents who signed a petition to eliminate these things? They're both city of Roseville and city and county residents. So I'm at a loss, totally at it. The other thing, there's two little things that I'm going to add. The one crossing here, the mid-block crossing of Matilda Street, which I know is never going to be used, is, I think, a personal attack against me because I did a petition to stop this project, to stop these crossings. And I think that it's definitely a personal attack against me for organizing these things. And I think there are solutions for crossings. They can be ADA landings that can be constructed as part of the curbing and stuff that they put there to make such crossings go. Everybody in the petition signed the petition said they're just going to continue to cross the way they are. They're not going to do these enhancements. And to put a trail in one small section, who's going to keep that trail open during wintertime? Who's going to plow that? One section, the county's going to come in and waste money to come over here and do that? And putting a concrete island in the middle as a civil engineer, as a public works director for other cities, my crew would be so mad at me for putting a concrete barrier in the middle of a road that they have to plow. They're just not going to do it. So, and one final thing I want to add, and I hope I'm probably at 4 minutes.
You're 3.5. So.
I was close. I'll stop real quick. You have a chance right now to improve the intersection at Galtier with this project. It's, if you would move your entrance to Acorn Park over so that it better aligns, you provide better safety for pedestrians, and this is your opportunity to do that. Why not capture it if you can? It's just something to think about. And thank you for your time. And I want to say that everybody is Merry Christmas. It's in July. And
this week.
It's this week.
Yeah.
And I've been at senior residence promoting it, and I wish you all the very best.
Thank you for your comments. Hello and welcome.
Hi, Jason Sari, 2721 Farrington Street. I spoke at the last meeting where we would discuss this issue, and I would agree with Mr. Schroeder. This secondary proposal is not exactly what we asked for or what everybody agreed upon. We wanted crosswalks at the intersections. Speaking to Mr. Groff's notation, yes, we have people using wheelchairs crossing at Farrington into the parking lot right now. Those smooth, gradual inclines into the park is what makes it accessible to people. What I think we have right now with this proposal is somebody had a PowerPoint idea and an application problem because they didn't know how to specify something on a federal application. I'm not saying that that's not a real concern, but that's not what we want, and that's not how we're going to use those streets. To Mr. Schrader's concern about maintenance, that is an ongoing expense to clear that sidewalk. And lastly, just keep it simple. That's what we talked about last time, keeping it simple. We don't need islands in the middle. You're already going to lose one lane, admittedly, by all of your designs because you're going from 4 lanes to 3. So you're taking an existing crossing where handicapped people are able to make it across the street. You're going to shorten the time already by losing a lane. You don't need to have the island, and you don't need to have this additional sidewalk that cuts into the property line and extends the right-of-way because you had a right-of-way definition issue in the first place. So please reconsider this and go back to what we had asked for before. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Hello and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ron Kohner. I also am a retired civil engineer. I guess there's a lot of us around. I'm just off of the map here. I'm on Marion Street, up on the far end on County Road C2. Have lived there for 55 years. So I've got a pretty fair idea of what goes on in this area. That center island is a horrendously bad idea. Where the traffic comes through, walking traffic, I see we remove the crosswalk there on the far, may I get up and point at that?
The people at home won't be able to see what you're pointing at
Oh,
anyways.
okay, I'm sorry.
We'll try our best to understand and maybe describe it for folks.
If we look to the far right of the slide, we see there's a remove crosswalk markings there.
At the very edge of the
At the
picture,
very
on the
edge,
east
pretty much.
side
Yeah,
of
you're
Galtier?
pointing to it, right.
East side of, or west side of Galtier. Okay.
that's the walking or the crosswalk that gets used most of the time right now, because people are either going to the parking lot that you can see just to the south here. You see some cars parked there. That's the parking for the Frisbee Golf, and also for the directly adjacent to the west. It says Acorn Park. That's a tennis court, basketball court. So you have a lot of kids going into that area without vehicles, because they're going to play basketball, they're going to play tennis, and that sort of thing. The cars typically tend to belong to the people playing Frisbee Golf, up, which is farther to the south of where this is. So if you put a center island in the middle like this, and walk across either from Acorn Park, the tennis courts and the basketball courts, or the parking lot, where are you going to be when you get to the north side of the road? You're going to be in somebody's hedge, or you're going to be in somebody's backyard adjacent to their fence that divides the backyards in that area. You don't want to be on that side of the north side of the road. You want to end up as we had on the other slide. Get rid of that, and you can do your walking on the south side of C, because that's where your parking lot is. That's where your ballparks and stuff are. To put one over on the north side of C takes you to some place where there is nothing. You're going to have to either walk to the east or walk to the west to get to where you've probably parked a car, maybe if you're watching baseball, on Galtier or Matilda. So let's think about where the traffic moves with the people in this area before we rush off and start doing this just for traffic. Because there's a lot of people move across that crosswalk that's been removed. It's relatively well marked. At times there's a stanchion.
I'm going to have to ask you to stop here.
Okay,
'cause we're
at times there's a
3.5 minutes
stanchion
again.
there, sometimes it's gone.
Okay.
But please, let's give some thought to where the people are moving in this, not just the automobiles.
Right, thank you. Right, hello and welcome.
Hi, I'm Mark Connolly. My driveway is the first one east of the Acorn Park driveway, 240 County Road C. I've been there for 50 years. I generally agree with all the gentlemen ahead of me. People cross at the streets. They're not going to go to the middle of the block to cross. Also, I'm a little concerned about stopping to go in my driveway and having someone hit the back of my car. It's already happened. And now if they don't have a way to go around me, I'm worried about that. One other comment is, early on there was a document that said there were specifications for traffic volume, a max and a min, I believe a min. And I was wondering what the traffic survey was for those, if it was within the specifications.
Right, thank you.
Okay.
Hello, I'm back. My name is Suzanne Viatras. My husband and I have been living at 186 West County Road C for the past about 25 years. Our children are grown and gone, but now we have grandchildren. We also have next door neighbors who have small children. I walk my dogs all the time, and these are crosswalks that I use all the time. And I also walk down by going down Dale, where they have Harriet Alexander Nature Center. They put up the flashing lights at the crosswalks. I find that the people respond much better to the flashing lights, motorists. I as a motorist too, use those flashing lights. Farther down, as you go into Little Canada, by St. John's Church, they have the flashing lights. Those catch people's attention, and you have the ADA ability, you have to get on and off to the sidewalks without having that center. And I just think those center things, people don't, even with the stanchions with in the middle, I've had people not stop, even though the stanchion is in the middle, it's low. if people see flashing lights, I think they have a better tendency to stop. I'd rather not have those center islands there because I have a mother-in-law who lives over on the east side of St. Paul, and we've gone through the Maryland project, and it's insane there. People use that middle lane to drive through, but for me, it's the crosswalks. I walk my dogs all the time. We go all over that area, and I would just prefer to not have those center things, and especially in the middle of a block. I'd rather have it at an intersection with the flashing lights. I think they catch people's attention much better. And I really would like people to, and this is something too, pedestrians, we need to be, when we're acting as a pedestrian, we need to be visible. So I have a vest that I wear at night, or lights or something. So I just think that the flashing lights just are a much better solution, and definitely at an intersection and not in the middle of the block.
Great, thank you.
And
for your comments.
I'd like to see a crosswalk painted at Woodbridge.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? All right, we'll go ahead and close the public comment at this point then. And certainly the council is not taking action. This was for information purposes, but certainly the representatives from Ramsey County have some additional information to feed into the process. I don't know if there's anything else from the council's perspective that we want to relate. I think that to the extent we can look at that, the crossing on the west side of Gaultier and do some alignment and maybe do something a little less intrusive to the north side there, probably would be preferable from my perspective anyway. Councilmember Schroeder?
I would agree with that, and I would also, all the people that were here tonight, make sure you go to the open house too, to make sure that, I'm hoping that people from Ramsey County heard everything that was said, but please go to the open house as well.
I forgot to sign.
All right. No, that's all right. All right, other thoughts from council members? Councilmember Strong?
I don't know for sure. I have not evaluated this area in a while, but as I look at that request to move the driveway to from Acorn Park to line it with Gaultier, that brings it pretty close to the edge of the park property, and looks like it would eliminate a path and possibly some trees. So there's probably same issue, different neighborhood. So I would want to make sure that if we are making such a consideration to move a pathway or to move an entrance, that we are keeping in mind those trees and pathways that are already there.
And that was a suggestion in the comments that's not necessarily part of the plan at this point. In fact, I don't think it is part of the plan at this point, just to be clear about that. All right, I appreciate the folks from Ramsey County being here this evening and providing the information. I did just want to look at, I don't believe the representatives of Ramsey County have any animus towards any of the people that were involved in any of the prior process. I believe that they are working from the point of view of engineering and design standards and what is appropriate for the situation. I do also want to note, it kind of goes contrary to how I voted on this earlier this year, but sometimes you don't know that nobody will use something until it's there for people to use, and I think we do want to make sure that we're conscious of providing a facility for people that may not even live there today, that may require the compliant facilities. It doesn't necessarily mean that we want to plop islands everywhere necessarily, but I think we want to be thoughtful about it, and I don't, we don't not put pathways or sidewalks in because people end up near other people's properties. It happens all the time. In fact, in communities like St. Paul and Minneapolis, there's sidewalks on almost every street that are right in front of everybody's house. There's people walking in front of your house all the time. So that's not necessarily what enters into it so much for me. It is definitely, though, the notion of the access and once again, the complication of the design and trying to be, as was noted, simpler from my perspective. So anything else from council members? We look forward to the open house again on the 28th of August, right? I was going to say the 13th. That would have been the wrong day. Tentative date, but more information will be available, and I believe there is a county website for this project that people can sign up for email updates and things like that. So, Councilmember Strawn.
I just wanted to add that it was noted when I looked at the council packet that on page 164 for item 8A, it indicates that I voted in support of the decisions that were made on that day, and that is incorrect. The mayor affirmed my notes, which indicated that I had voted no on that particular provision having to do with this project. And so I've asked for that to be amended. It's certainly my error in not catching it and noting it before, but I just want to make sure for this discussion this evening as well that the decisions there were not a unanimous. There was some consternation at that time about this whole process. So just wanted to make sure that was added to the discussion.
Right, and the minutes are already corrected, perhaps. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. All right, that concludes this item, and thank you to the representatives of Ramsey County. I look forward, as I said, to the open house whenever it might be, but it will happen. All right, now we have, oh my gosh, a request for vacation of an easement. We've been assured that this is supposedly a lot less controversial, so we'll go on that basis. And I will turn it over to our Public Works Director, Jesse Freihammer, to introduce this item, which is item 7E, considering the vacation of some easements on what's known as the Pick property in Roseville.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Actually, just before I recognize you, if I could ask folks to take their conversations away from the council chambers and actually away from the council chamber doors. Yeah. Yeah, we can't close the door. It's a public meeting. All right. Mr. Freihammer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, so on June 9th, 2025, we did receive a valid petition from the property owner of the Pick parcel. So previously, there was 2 sewer easements over this parcel. The actual sewer itself was abandoned when the city constructed Twin Lakes Phase 1, which is kind of over by Walmart. So there is no longer a city need for these sewer easements, so staff supports the vacations. As council was aware last week, the developer met with the EDA to discuss a potential project, and that's why the petition's coming at this point and why it wasn't maybe done years ago. So with that, we would requested council action is open a public hearing and consider adopting the attached resolution approving the vacation of the sewer easements on the Pick parcels. And only a 3/5 vote's required because it is petitioned.
All right, thank you, Mr. Freihammer. And we put it up on the screen so that people know what it is. I saw it up there, yep. And these are utility easements.
Specific sewer easements.
Sewer easements, right, got it. Okay. Mr. Trudgeon, I believe you have something to say at this point.
Something brief. Published and legal mail notices have been provided for this public hearing. Legal notices appeared in the city's legal newspaper, the Pioneer Press, on July 2nd, 2025, and July 9th, 2025. Mail notices were sent on July 9th, 2025. Affidavits of publishing and mailing are available in the office of the city engineer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Trudgeon. This is a public hearing. First of all, we'll just check if there are any questions from council members on the proposed easement vacations in this case. Doesn't appear to be the case. Excuse me. I will open it up then for public comment. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak to this proposed utility easement vacation as it's requested here? Sorry. Does not appear to be the case. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing then and move to council consideration. We do have the request before us. I believe there is a resolution as an attachment in the packet for that purpose.
Could I make a motion, Mayor?
You may.
Second.
Okay.
All right.
If the motion's made.
We're so efficient. The motion is made by Councilmember Groff, seconded by Councilmember Strawn to adopt the resolution, which is the attachment in the packet for the purpose of vacating the utility easements as outlined. Discussion on that motion. As the maker of the motion, Councilmember Groff.
This is the kind of vacations we like Mr. Freihammer to bring to us.
They're fun vacations.
That's all I'll say. It's
All right.
very straightforward.
Councilmember Strawn is the seconder of the motion. Any other discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none. Once again, this is a petitioned request, so there is only a simple majority required. All those in favor of adopting the resolution vacating those easements as outlined signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously, meeting the simple majority requirement. All right, thank you for that, Mr. Freihammer. Next on our agenda, we do have, this is a Public Works night. We have our Public Works, Environment, and Transportation Commission here for a joint meeting with the council. We always look forward to these discussions, so I'll look forward to the folks from the commission coming up and having a seat at the table. So we've got Allison on my right,
That's you. All right.
Chair in the middle, and Mr. Hodder on my left. So I shouldn't have used my, I should have used your.
Switch.
Yeah.
Stage right here.
Yes.
Stage right here, stage left.
The world revolves around me, so I, of course, use my directions. Sorry about that. All right, well, welcome. Thank you for being here. We look forward to the conversation. I'll turn it right over to Chair Fisek to get things moving.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, council members. Happy to be here. Happy to talk to you again. So I'm Brian Fisek, Chair of the Commission, and with me is...
I'm Allison Luongo.
And Ed Hodder.
So in the packet, we had our list of topics that we had for you over the past year, and great conversations. Happy to say we had a full team for most of it, and 2 student members as well, which was awesome to have that participation. So I'm going to designate us as the Fun Commission because we have that. So
sure.
We're going to be looking for another member soon, so that can be noted for the record that we are the fun ones. That should help make sure we keep getting those good applications in. Last year when we came and talked, I posed a question to our members of just what did they like about serving, and that was one of the things that we brought forward. It was just kind of a general question, and I thought it would be good for members to express why they participated, why they joined the commission. This year I tried to get a little more specific and wanted people to go in, what did they enjoy about some of the topics we talked about. And so for a few of the members, I'm going to read some of the stuff I have and then turn to my other members who are here to talk themselves. But first, for member Dan Fergus, he said, I feel particularly strongly about sustainability and thus have really appreciated hearing about it and providing thoughts in those areas of our work. I am thrilled with Roseville's Green to Go and appreciate how much the city is working to connect businesses with resources to help with those changes. I'm also really proud of all the work our city is putting into the transition to renewable energy. Member Des Mueller wrote in that she appreciates being able to hear firsthand from city staff what they are working on and how much care goes into ensuring that they are tending to the need of Roseville's residents. And then our student member, Karsten Bauer, wrote in, I appreciate what I've learned. A highlight for me was the water plant tour. I learned there was much more to water treatment than I had thought, which can be said for many of the city's businesses that I took for granted. For example, another highlight for me was the recycling RFP. Before then, I didn't know what an RFP was, but by the end, I had an appreciation for how proposals are scored and how various commissions and the council work together carefully to choose the right contract. Altogether, were I not in the commission, I wouldn't know why we have new recycling carts, I wouldn't have been a part of the important decisions, and I would be much less connected to my government.
You may want to turn the mic towards Mr. Hodder a little bit.
We can touch them now?
Yeah, there's no reverb. My dad was an AV specialist, so he would appreciate that we can touch the mics now. Yeah, as to that first question, I tell you, I really feel connected to the sustainability updates. I really enjoyed the tour as our other fellow commissioner talked about the St. Paul Water Services Plant. I did get to walk across the plank, and seeing 30 million gallons of water at one time is quite breathtaking. And the solar array at the Public Works Maintenance Facility, we did get to tour the roof to take a look at the facility and to see how things were going. That was very exciting to see that in action, and I'm really excited about the solar campus in general. And as to the
we'll get to the second.
We'll get to the second one. I'll hold on that. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I've felt connected to a lot of the interagency presentations we've received. For example, the Mosquito Control Authority came to present to our commission a couple months ago, and I had no idea that existed, so that was fascinating. another example, we received an update from Metro Transit in September. That was, I think, really interesting because I knew they had been going through a bus network like redesign and service changes pretty significantly over the last couple of months. And I think something important to note in Roseville specifically, they're updating their arterial BRT plan, and there's multiple candidate corridors within Roseville. So I wanted to put out the PSA for Roseville residents to go take a look at that and leave comments as that advances.
All right, and then for myself, I've always enjoyed the variety of topics we hit. As you've seen, we hit a variety and just good conversations. It's good getting to know those things, good connections with my fellow members as we talk about those things. And then two things I wanted to note in particular. For the first time, we talked about public safety last year. So we had the Deputy Police Chief Joe Adams and Assistant Fire Chief Neil Solstrom.
Yeah.
Solstrom. So they both came and just gave us a little update, and in particular about the connection to the community. And I thought that was particularly important about what they're doing. For myself, my son is very involved with the fire station, enjoys going to Fridays with firefighters. I've spent more time than I ever thought I would there. Really excited for that electric truck to come in. So it's just good, again, to hear that connection, to hear what we're doing to have the connection between our emergency services and the community. And then the other one I wanted to mention is through the commission, I got involved with the bike plan as well, and enjoyed going on those tours, doing the biking tours, again, connecting with fellow community members, having that input into the plan, and then being that connection from the commission, both to the community for the plan and then back as we connected on that. And then another one, I took some of those tours with my daughter, who also said, "Is this what you do every day? I don't think I want to do this." So I think I've lost an engineer there, but still got her out on a bike and got her to experience that as well. So again, trying to get those connections, and much like Karsten said, just have that connection to the government and what it means. All right, so with that, I'll pause before we get in our discussion. If there's any comments or any questions for the three of us up here and just our experiences.
Comments, questions, Councilmember Groff?
Sort of a comment. This is great. This is exactly like what I like to hear from a commission, that you're having fun, but also you're doing a lot of work, because I read through your lists and what you'd accomplished, and that was a fun review for me, because I know in the background these things are going on, but I can't, of course, listen to every meeting. It's not possible, so appreciated the update. But the other thing I wanted to say about it, for me, I think part of my hope for commissions is that you spread the word about this to community, to your spheres of influence. You know, it's great for you to come and tell us, which I appreciate. I thought that was a good process, Mr. Fisek. But I think telling your neighbors, telling your friends, you know, just not that you have to be a total cheerleader all the time, but it's helpful for the city, because I hear from residents so many times that they don't know things that the city's doing, and when you do dig into it, there's a lot going on, just like Karsten said, or some of the others. You know, there's a lot going on involved in the city. So you're sort of our ears and eyes too out in the neighborhood. And if you see things or hear things, I always appreciate an email or input. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Strong.
Thank you. Just wanted to put a plug for the restricted bike lanes between B and B2. And if you have a comment about them, make sure that somebody knows what that comment is, especially if you like them, because someone said, "Oh, it's the bike trail to nowhere," but I think it's nice to know that that's a possibility. I have definitely seen people just flat out run each one of those things over. But I do think it requires people to pay more attention, and as a result of paying attention, I honked and waved to.
You did, yes. Caught me off guard, but then
yeah,
I recognized
I know. I was like, who is that? I did note that maybe it was a couple years ago now, we talked about about citywide speed limits, and I don't see that as something that you talked about, and it continues to be in our future agenda. And so, you know, I don't know that we came to a resolution, so it never really got taken off of there. But at one point, it just says PWA will continue to work on issue and report back. So I know that even today, as we're getting information about County Road C, there is interest in people talking more about what a citywide speed limit is, of course, we do have the limitations of having a lot of county roads in our city. And so there are only certain things that we can control. But regularly we hear from residents that they think that people are going to pass through their neighborhoods. So I think it would be interesting to see what, now we have a little bit of a longitudinal study in St. Paul and Lauderdale and Pelican Heights, now that they've had these in place, to see, you know, what is the long-term benefit or none to having those citywide speed limits. Are they finding any improvement or any quality of life improvements? So I'd appreciate if that got back on the radar. So otherwise I'll have to take it off the future if we're not going to talk about it. So.
No, perfect. Which is exactly why we like this conversation, because then we can hear some of those priorities. So turning to that and that discussion back and forth, we did have some items in the packet that we're trying to give you a little advanced warning on, and again, hopefully we can have some back and forth. So I've written down some of them. Again, I'll turn to my members when they get to theirs. But I'm just going to go down the list and we can kind of talk about them. The first one that got brought up is the trash collection, single source. We have talked about that before. This was a member who hadn't seen those conversations, wanted to ask about it again, so I am asking about it again, if that is of any interest to this council to look into that or not.
Well, I'm not running for re-election, so I'd be interested. It's a dangerous topic in this city, and so you have to take it knowing that you probably will have personal attacks on you for making that decision. By an outside influence.
And this is one where we would need specific direction from the council.
Yeah.
This is not one that we're just going to add to our agenda. So that is where this question comes in. And if the answer is no, we're done. If the answer is yes, we will entertain a way to look at it and see if we make a recommendation or not.
Mr. Trudgeon, I did want to check, when are we due for our next community survey? Is that?
In 2026.
2026, so that is a question that we routinely ask, and I think there was some movement in the last round, so it'd be interesting to see what happens on the next survey, to see if it goes back to where it was for 20 years or if it continues to move in that direction. That's my response on it. Councilmember Schroeder.
Yeah, because I was going to say it was still, the community wasn't behind it. But the other thing I wanted to say, we have so many different expenses coming up. To me, this isn't a priority of we still need to find money for fire and police and all this in the next budget. And adding, because you have to add staff and you have to add expense for this. And so I think we got to wait for the survey and wait. So I guess I would say I would not have it on a current agenda at this point.
Any other thoughts on organized collection? Councilmember Crowe.
I'm sort of in the middle on it. I think that it as Councilmember Strawn said, it's a dangerous subject for council members. I don't know if all of us have been attacked. I guess if you've never brought it up, you've probably not been attacked. But we have a major lobbyist for the garbage collectors in Roseville that has lots of money to attack you when you run for office, so they can spend tens, 20s of thousands of dollars on mailers that aren't very true. So that's why I think we're all a bit hesitant. I mean, some of us that might be more supportive. The only thing I would say is if the commission wanted to bring it up, they could research it. I'm always interested in more information on it. What other cities are doing, how it's worked there. We have track records now in other cities that have done it, but just take that as you'd like as far as whether you want to put it on your agenda or not. That's kind of my take on it.
Other thoughts?
Nothing more to add.
Okay.
I think it summed up well. I agree that we'll wait until the next survey comes, and definitely not a priority. I can think of other things for you to be looking at.
Okay. Next one we had on there, the next two were kind of combined, just how we mix with other commissions and that intersection between where some topics overlap, where we have discussions of similar topics, and how we can best coordinate our efforts with those other commissions or not. We've tried to have some conversations with them. We've tried to make some movement. as a commission, we've tried to do that, not very successfully. It does take time, it does take some effort, and so this is where I wanted to, again, open that up and look for advice, look for comments, look for direction, how we might better connect with other commissions, roles, responsibilities, again, where either topics overlap or where we think we should get in there. Because, again, we haven't been doing well on our own, so looking to the council for some help.
I think, one of the challenges that any commission has is that to do action, you have to be the commission and you have to meet. So in a lot of cases, it might have to be something where it's a joint meeting, perhaps, between two commissions, and all of the members of both commissions participate, and maybe you have a specific agenda of limited topics to cover. It can be a challenge when you have, 5 to 7 members of one commission and, 7 to 9 members of another, or whatever it might be. But I think that's probably one of the ways it has to be done. And I know we have, in certain cases where we've had like special committees looking at, when we did the golf course facility, we did have a sort of a committee that had representatives from the Finance Commission and representatives from Parks and Rec, and I can't remember if there were others as well. But so those are other formalized opportunities. But once again, I think to do the business of commissions, you do have to do it as the commission. So probably looking at where it's appropriate to do joint meetings, and certainly if there's overlap on topics, maybe it's like there's an annual joint meeting between two commissions or something like that, or be thoughtful about it, and maybe there's creative ways to do it. But that's what I thought. Councilmember Short.
Actually, you could meet, 1 or 2 from a commission with another commission, because I believe it's not an open meeting law unless you have a quorum from each of the commissions, correct? So if you had 2 from this commission and 2 from a different commission, that's not a quorum because they're different commissions?
Right, they couldn't take any action, of course.
No, but they
they'd
could
have to report back to their commissions,
So,
right?
so like you guys wanted to talk, just kind of talk to say, hey, we think maybe there's something we could maybe work together, and if they think, yeah, then you could set up the joint meetings at that. But it doesn't, I don't think it precludes them for 1 or 2 from each, to talk.
No, absolutely not. You're
Because
right.
it's not an open, as long as you don't have a quorum with your commission and a quorum of another commission, that would be it. But if it's just 1 or 2 of you wanting to talk and maybe just at least explore, that, you can do that.
Yeah, a quorum of either commission would be a problem, of
Yeah.
course, for open
And
meeting law.
I think the part of it is people are a little got frightened with this open meeting law, and I think maybe we need to clarify that better. I don't know if it'd be helpful if we could say, give them the, hey, it's okay to do this if somebody's worried about it. So, yeah, if they need a clarification on that, I'm sure that can be provided.
There's still guidelines you have to work within,
Right,
but there
right.
may be ways to have some.
Clearly.
And
That's
perhaps
why we have Rachel's number.
chair-to-chair
Right.
conversations, for instance, might not be a bad idea, to talk about sort of
Yeah.
strategically how to work together or something.
Yep.
Councilmember Strawn.
What comes to mind is our strategic plan that we've been working on so much as a council and as department heads, that within each one, it wasn't just, this is a public works one, but this is a, that I think that's where you would find a lot of topics that might go into a work plan that you might find that there's overlap when you look at that, because really we've chosen as a council to have that be our guiding document as a city. So I think in looking at that, it might be easier for you to tap into some of those items and go, oh, that's where we fit. And that's what we've decided is our guiding document. So it's a really great way to say, in this spirit, we wonder if this would fit this goal. And, Jesse would be a great resource on that. He's gone to all the meetings as a department head. And, as they explore farther down in the staff too, I think you would find a lot of support for taking that as a guiding document instead of like which is our next project, but how can we make sure what any project we have kind of speaks to what our goals are as a whole city.
Councilmember Graf.
I would say that a chair-to-chair is a good way to start that. And when you're having your meetings, maybe just even as Commissioner think of the other commissions and how they might fit in with some of your work sometimes. It isn't going to be very often, I don't think. And also, I think that the time commitment is, we're expecting a lot of you as volunteer commissions. So I think, that's just the balancing act you as a commission chair and as a commission have to think about too. But I do think it's good to have some interaction because it's, your work as Public Works overlaps often with other things. So anytime you can have someone opinions from there, it makes your commission stronger and it makes their commission stronger. So that would be my take. Kind of look to the chair and then the commissions when you're there. Maybe at the end of the meeting, just say, was there anything tonight? Take a minute. Is there anything tonight that would go with another commission and go from there?
So to take that a step further, I'm thinking of, the short meetings. Can we invite other commissions to like the chair or something? So if we're talking on a topic, can we invite one or two of them or however many? And how does that work with some of the open rules? Like we would be in session,
Sure.
or they would be in session and invite us.
So as long as the other commission isn't meeting and doing business, if they're just attending to gather information, or maybe even as citizens to provide comment as individuals,
Are you getting nervous over
She's
here?
giving him a face.
there, obviously there are opportunities for people to get information that don't necessarily have to be meetings, but I will defer to the city attorney for more.
Mayor Rowe, respectfully, if you were going to have a quorum of another commission attend your meeting, it would just be safer to publish that as a meeting of that
As a
commission
joint
as
meeting.
well,
Okay.
which is totally fine to just publish it. Each commission would publish that they were having a meeting at the same place. And then you have no concerns and you're able to discuss whatever you want to discuss. And that would be the safest way to handle that idea.
And also, they could not vote in your commission meeting on
Well,
something.
there's other rules that prevent that. But,
Yeah, I know. Just
but
Okay.
that's why we have our attorney.
that's why we.
And publishing it is really quite straightforward and
Yes.
easy.
Yeah, it's just
City
posting it,
staff
making it.
fully, they can handle that.
Yep.
But 48 hours notice or
Yeah.
something.
3 days.
3 days.
72.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A lot of words.
I would have been short a day. Would have been good.
Right?
Well, I think you touched on the question already as far as the overlapping topics, and I was thinking as my past experience as chair of the Finance Commission, where we do overlap is like pavement management funds and the 20-year capital investment plan, that it's a good idea for us in finance to, that would be a good time to exchange, ideas around those matters. But you've touched on how we would do that, so thank you.
Yep.
Good. Next one we had on the list, again, and I brought it up with the public safety, but just are there more areas or other topics around that you would like us to explore? And noting we're careful, we're not an oversight of them, we're just trying to bring forward any community or interest in that public safety, which could go a lot of different ways, but I thought, like I said, the first one was very good and just wanted to see if there was interest in exploring more topics along those lines.
Thoughts from council members? I guess I would note that, I don't necessarily expect the Public Works folks to talk a lot about the nuts and bolts of public safety, of police work and fire work necessarily. The thing that I think about with public safety when it relates to public works is actually things like speed limits in the city and, pedestrian facilitation and safety and some of those types of issues. I think it's very important that we have a safe and functional system and network of transportation in the community. And so that's probably the biggest thing. And then obviously things like safe drinking water, and safe handling of the sewage and things like that. When we're talking about changes to our sewer reimbursement policy or something like that, I think those are the kind of things that come to mind from my perspective. I don't know that there's otherwise a great deal of overlap on the other aspects of public safety necessarily, but I can stand corrected as I've done before this evening. So I'd open it up for other council members for their thoughts. Councilmember Schroeder.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that, I don't think there's a lot of overlap in that area, but, you know, the safety needs to be an overall concern when we're looking at all these other things. So, you know, I could understand if maybe you need if there's something you're concerned about, that you would like some feedback from, say, one of the police chief or the deputy chief or whatever, just to say, hey, you were thinking about this. You know, if there's something about maybe around Rosedale or shopping center somewhere, you know, traffic or busing or something that you wanted their input on, maybe that side, but I guess I wouldn't think there would be anything you'd really have a project with them.
Councilmember Strawn.
I taught kindergarten. There's a connection to everything. So, you know, I was thinking approaches to parks. So, like, what is the approach as like a walkway into a park space? You know, looking at, we had a resident who no longer lives in Roseville, but who always mentioned that the buildings in Roseville, even though they somehow thought they were grandfathered into ADA accessibility, and so they didn't have accessible buildings. And so, I mean, but just anything around our public works as we approach this big project, too, there's gonna have to be interim solutions that are made as things are relocated for a short period of time. And so, if there's ways that you guys can be a think tank or a brain trust for staff, so that there's a lot of experts on your group and a lot of engineering minds. So if there's some way that you can facilitate, you know, be that brain trust for the staff, so we don't have to get a request for outside assistance on something that maybe is just like, what do you think is the best use? At least maybe help guide which direction we go with it. But I appreciate the finance connection, but I think there's a lot of connections potential with parks. Drainage of water in some of the parks is really bad. And so have we explored what that looks like, how we could look at the public works infrastructure on that, or lighting in some of the parks as we explore? And is it downlighting? Is it appropriate lighting based on pollution standards? I mean, even so much as Rose Fest, is it time for us to no longer have regular fireworks, but we should invest in a drone show that, you know, is pollutant free? I mean, I don't know, that's a little bit of a stretch for you guys, but I think thinking about how you can take some of the things you do really well and apply them to other things happening within the city. And I think you don't need to do it all, but for sure not. There's the rest of time to do these. But if there's something that you identify as an issue, then you can bring it to the council. You know what, we really noticed there's this big problem with, you know, drainage in Central Park, especially along, you know, some of the ditch drainage. Is that something, it seems like it's on the city property, or, you know, is that something, bring it to the city? Is that something you want us to study? Bring it to your staff member. You know, sometimes we used to have people from other commissions come and say, you know, we identified this as something we'd like to study. Are you supportive of this? Or, you know, so I think there are opportunities for sure. But again, I taught kindergarten, so everything's connected to everything.
All right.
All right.
You want to go next?
Sure. Something I'm looking forward to working on this year is the Civic Campus Master Plan / Public Works Maintenance Facility project. I love construction. I'm like 5-year-old with all the trucks and whatever. I personally, I think this has come up before. I don't remember in what capacity, but I believe there's been mention of a potential future committee that, like, for the project that maybe has members from commissions and other residents on it. I just want to bring that up again because I'm definitely interested in participating in that and having, I know it's going to be a regular standing topic on our agendas moving forward, but I think it's a really exciting project and also something that I think a lot of people are going to have a lot of interest in.
I think the committee is still part of the process.
It
right?
is.
Yep.
It's still part of the plan.
Okay.
All right, I think the last one I had then is just kind of the catch-all. Are we meeting expectations? So we do a lot. We've talked a lot of topics. They don't always come out with a recommendation. It's not like we're always sending stuff back to you of, we did this and we recommend we do this. Some of it is just, a lot of it is just educational, which I think there's a lot of value in. But again, kind of asking that catch-all, are we meeting expectations? Are we covering the recommendations you need? Are you seeing the topics that you need? And just, are we, in a sense, doing our jobs as you envision?
Thoughts from the council on that? Councilmember Bauer.
Overall, yes, I think you are. One of the great things is you do have a lot of information brought to you in a wide variety. So hats off to you because of the topics you have to listen to and get read up on and become somewhat not an expert, but at least enough to ask questions that you do. And, you do a great job of that, your whole commission. You have great dialogues, long conversations about these things. It's not simply you receive the information. I think it's, you process it, you digest it, you ask questions, get clarification. You do a great job of doing that. And you receive information that we don't necessarily. You brought up the mosquito control, for example. Typically that doesn't come before us. So if things like that do come up and you feel like there is something that should be brought to our attention, you definitely can do that. I would also encourage you in all of the commissions, we have commissioner-led or commissioner-initiated topics. So that's also something I would encourage you. If there's something that you as a commissioner are interested in and you can get buy-in with the rest of your commission to discuss it, you may do that. It doesn't mean that's going to come before us. You might end up getting clarification, but we try to encourage all of our commissions to do that. So not just receive information, but you do have the power to investigate things or ask questions yourself. Maybe you receive some information about something and you want further clarification about that. You can do that so long as you go through that process, which is clearly laid out. But I do think that you're meeting expectations. I think you've done fantastic work. I mean, the recycling, all aspects of the recycling, the cards, the bins, that green to go as well. The list goes on. These were not small things, and your commission has delivered that, every one of those each time on schedule and provided this council.
And in budget.
And in budget.
Yes, even more important.
And provided this council with fantastic information that have made our lives easier and much better. And we've been able to make much better decisions because of that. So hats off to your commission.
Thank you.
Councilmember Strong.
I think to the fact that you are an advisory committee and how we can take what you've learned in a way to be in an advisory capacity. One of our pieces on each of the items is a equity impact, a budget impact. Maybe it would be, I don't want to add more work, but if you have come to something where you've summarized what you've learned in a process and how it fits. So you talked to the mosquito control. How does that fit into the greater good, or how the greater process? Like Councilmember Groff mentioned, we don't have time to watch all them, and it's hard to follow even all the minutes. But it certainly would be helpful if a topic came forward that we were addressing that you've already done a bunch of work on, that we don't have to start over. And research, and we can tap in, and I don't know what that is. I don't know what's possible, what's allowable, but I do think you guys are generating a massive amount of stuff, and you're doing great work, and I just want to make sure we respect it by using it and tapping into that time and effort that you've spent and the expertise, just like the budget. The Finance Commission comes forward with a whole bunch of recommendations and a whole bunch of information that makes Councilmember Schroeder so excited. But I think, having that opportunity to maybe kind of in a nutshell or bigger, if we wanted more information, where to find something that you've already worked on. And I don't know, the first thing that comes to my mind is a shared drive or a dock location or a summary that comes out on occasion. With more details. It's not just minutes where you talk about the general idea of it, but so I don't know what that is. I will leave that to someone else to decide what that looks like, but I certainly want to make sure we tap into the time and effort you spend on something and use it to make our work and what we do here better for the city. Because that's why we entrusted you with the opportunity to do this. We found your skills to be something we really hope to lean into.
Other thoughts from council members? I'll just say a short answer, yes, you're meeting our expectation.
Great job.
Yeah,
That's what I'd say.
fantastic.
Thumbs up.
Yep.
All right.
There we go. There we go. And I don't know that you have to change a lot, for sure. I mean, you know, the recycling contracts come up every once in a while. This and that project, obviously, the maintenance facility is going to be a big thing over the next couple of years here. So that'll probably occupy a fair amount of your time. But you know, and we do have our, you know, our, oh my gosh, what is it? The surface water management plan that you guys look at and all those types of things.
Right.
So appreciate that. Councilmember Schroeder.
You know, I did want to add some. It's reassuring for us because it's a lot of. If you look at something and you guys say, "Yeah, this is good," you know, it doesn't have. We don't need to know about it or whatever. I think we're more if there's a thought or an issue or something you're concerned about, and then you think the council needs to be. I think in a way, I look at it. You guys are our ears and eyes in this area. And so that we have confidence that you're looking at these things, and if you're finding that things are being done the way you know that makes sense, then great. You don't really need to bring that, you know, a big report or anything on that because we can just, you know, you guys are doing it. But if you see something, and I think Commissioner Bauer said, you know, bring it to us or you know, or have staff or whatever. So I think that's more in that aspect where we're counting on you just to kind of keep an eye on things. And then if something, you know, like with the, you know, recycling stuff and all that, you guys looked at all of that. And if you guys had a, you know, concern, we'd want to hear about it. If it's going great, it's okay not to say, hey, you know, you don't have to give us the checklist because we trusted your judgment that way. So.
We don't need the all good alarm.
Yeah.
Everything's okay.
Yeah.
Everything's okay.
All right. All right.
Anything else?
Oh, my.
All right. Otherwise, I just do want to give a shout out to staff. They are such an important part of what we do and bringing the information and doing the research for us as well. So just kudos to the staff. They've been great to work with, and we really appreciate their input and their time in helping us. And with that,
All right.
yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for all the work you guys do.
Being here.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry it
sorry
took
we
so
couldn't get you
long.
earlier. Yeah.
Democracy at work.
All right. We still have one more business item here. Item G.
Jesse's still here.
On our Public Works Night at the City of Roseville is to consider approving an RFP and an RFQ related to the Civic Campus Master Plan. And I will not say anything more about it, but turn it over to Mr. Freihammer to give this item its introduction.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a real quick summary of what's in the packet. So on July 7th, the City Council approved moving the Civic Campus Master Plan forward with Concept C. To further move the project forward, staff worked with the City Attorney to develop an RFP or request for proposals, RFP for architectural services, and an RFQ, a request for qualifications for construction management services. So in the packet, we did include a draft RFP and a draft RFQ. The architectural RFP would complete overall design of the maintenance operation facility and licensed passport center and dance studio. It would look at the scope all the way from some revised concept design to further concept C1 or C2, details like that, all the way through final design documents. So in the packet, we did include a scoring criteria of what we propose to use to base those scores on, and then we would propose to bring a recommendation back to council on September 15th. A similar process would be to hire a construction manager. Staff's proposing to use a construction manager at risk model. This delivery method is where the owner hires a construction manager early in the design process. They provide input on design, cost, scheduling, and ultimately take the role of general contractor during the construction. The key aspect in this delivery method is a guaranteed maximum price, which shifts the risk of the cost overruns from the owner to the construction manager. This process is done a little differently. It's required to do a two-part process, so we do a request for qualifications, and then shortlist those, and then bring back, they would do a formal RFP similar to the architectural at that point, and then we would hope to bring that back to council on October 13th. And we did include a similar rubric to the architect one. It's a little different based on the requirements. So with that, certainly can answer lots of questions. There's lots of detail in the draft proposals, but with that, I will turn it over to the council for questions.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, one point of clarification, just so it's clear, the construction manager is a two-step process. So right now it would be request for quotes. I'm sorry.
Qualifications.
Qualifications. Yep. Late. Request for qualifications. Once we would winnow that down, we would then go to the RFP, and that's what we would bring forward on October 13th, the decision to award the contract to construction manager. Just want to make sure that's clear.
So the RFP is built into the process after the request for qualifications.
Well, I want to make sure
is
that's
initiated.
clear. If we can certainly bring that back if you like, but we're working that. But the idea would be from the qualifications go to the RFP. That'd be similar in scope as what we're talking about, and you've seen the scoring thing. But the idea in October 13th, bring back a recommendation to hire that firm based off the RFP.
Thanks for that clarification. That might have been the first question. Questions from the council on the process or what's before us? And just to be clear, it's a request for proposals on the architectural services and a request for qualifications on the construction management services. What's in the packet is not proposals, but those requests in draft form. Right. There was a reference to proposals a moment ago, so I just wanted to clarify that. Questions from the council? All right. Do we have anybody from the public who wishes to speak to this item? After having patiently waited till us being behind a little bit.
Just really quick questions. So Roger Hessen, Wagner Place. And am I assume the two documents that were in the packet are kind of rough drafts? Will someone be fixing that up? Because I noticed there are a lot of errors in there. And then before you built the fire station, you kind of went through a whole lot of things you wanted there and didn't want there. So I was curious if you've discussed having storage space for the youth athletic leagues. If you might have a basement, since you have an elevator, it would be really cheap to add a basement and a lot more square footage. If you talked about geothermal and solar, or how green the building should be, because I remember you talked a lot about that for the fire station before you hired anyone to do anything. And have you talked with the fire department to see if they could have, would like better access for their vehicles to get into their garages? Because right now it looks like it's really tight the way they come in. It might be better if they had an entrance farther west. And then, well, I guess, I didn't know, did you guys ever have a discussion about this construction manager at risk versus a regular one? Because it seems like the one at risk is going to have to figure out, try to calculate their expenses 3 or 4 years from now. So after they do that, they got to add some more padding into that because they're not going to want to lose money on this thing, and they have no idea what costs will be 3 or 4 years ago. So it seems like the at risk version would cause the bids to be really high. So I'm just wondering if you guys ever had a discussion about the two different kinds. And my last question is, I noticed that the construction manager can't bid on subcontracting work. And I don't know if that's a state law that they can't, or if there's something you decided to do. Because, I mean, if they've got qualified people that do plumbing and they do it at the best price, I don't know why you wouldn't want them to do it. And also, I don't know if anyone's talked with the school district, because, you know, they just finished hundreds of millions of dollars of new construction and reconstruction. And many of the bid packets they put out, they only got one bid on a lot of the things, especially like structural steel and things like that. So I think you want as big a pool as you can get to get bids on all these materials and labor. So anyway, I would suggest somebody from the city actually talk with them, because they just, they finished up a huge projects. And you might want to see what kind of information they might be able to pass on to you. And that's it. You can have a good rest of the night.
All right, thank you. Appreciate your comments. I think that kind of leads into the one of the questions I was going to ask is as we go through some of these design processes, sometimes there is the, well, you might as well kind of thing. Is there something built into the process to, for instance, I know it was brought up recently, potentially the License Center and Dance Studio building could provide a restroom amenity to the Veterans Park field. Are those types of things able to be somehow fit into the process? Certainly if we're doing storage for certain things and we add a few more square feet of storage for a little more stuff or additional office space, beyond what we have, how is that going to enter into some of the conversations through these processes?
So one of the first steps so for specific to the architectural RFP, one of the first steps we have, they break it out into different design processes. So one of the first steps will be kind of finalizing that schematic design to make sure they have what it is that they need to get in place. So there'll be lots of steps and check-in points to finalize what that scope is that they're going to be doing along the way.
Okay.
And I will say that there's checks along the way for the council to weigh in. I think it's at 30%.
Yeah, so I think actually it's at 15%, 30%, and then ultimately approving the final documents, but that's more of a formality to release for bid. But certainly we'll have check-in points to make sure the scope is what we want. Related to some of the sustainability options, although we haven't identified anything, we do have that as an ad alternate for the architect to bid on that. If we go for a B3 requirement or a LEED certification, what would it take? What additional design services do they need to do that? So certainly as we can identify if we want to go after something different. I wasn't here for the fire station, so I don't know what process or what if we shot for a goal. I know for Cedar Home, I don't think we did that. I think we picked and chose a few things that we wanted to do, but there'll be a lot of, like I said, circling back with the council as we go through this design process.
And I would mention it was referenced a couple times tonight in regards to the stakeholder group that would involve all the commission members as well as residents and the VFW to take a look at the final design and kind of have recommendations or weigh in on some design choices that will all be reported back to the council for you to factor in. So I think there's opportunities to pivot if we need to. Everything comes with a cost, so we want to be very cost conscious as well. But if we identify opportunities where maybe, hey, if we just did a little bit more here, it might be really worth it. And we'd want to have that full-throated policy discussion to make sure everybody's on board with that and not just have it happen behind the doors. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for us to pivot as we need to.
Right. And, one of the things that we did on the fire station, which you weren't here for, Mr. Freihammer, was that I think we got that optional price for the additional engineering services, and we didn't like the cost associated with that, so the council decided to not shoot for the, I think it was LEED Silver certification or whatever at that point, because it was an additional, whatever it was, 120,000 or whatever the number was. And it felt like that, I think at that time, the decision was, thanks for providing that information, it's helpful information, but we'd rather either not spend those dollars or put those dollars towards the facility itself and get more value out of that. So that was the decision at the time, but I think it was all based on that similar type of option for the engineering services. Other thoughts from council members? Councilmember Strawn?
I know that some of the things we've talked about potentially being in this dance center passport license building include possibly a some type of snack bar or something, and now you're saying possibly restrooms and potentially storage or offices. So, I mean, I want to make sure it seems like it's really open-ended. So is there some kind of like footprint or something that we're looking at, or, I mean, just build whatever you think of? I mean, like,
No.
No, we got nothing. Okay.
Well, let's put it in context. We are still building a license and passport center to serve those services and a recreational space. It has been brought up by others that it might be an opportunity to take a look at restrooms. I'm not sure about a concession stand for that, but and I think that's something we'll vet out as through the process and see if we were to do this, this would cost X amount, and then we would have to make that decision. I think we have to be really cost conscious on this project. There might be a lot of nice to haves do that, but we're going to have to be really focused on what we need to be focused on. So I wouldn't characterize it as open ended. We know what we want to build here, and it's just some of the edges there. Do we have an opportunity to do things? I think when we talk about the maintenance operations center, we have a lot of space needs, but we're dealing with a lot more space. So that might offer some flexibility without adding costs, saying, hey, can we carve out some areas for youth sports to be stored in there? There's operational issues with that, so you can provide the space, but also how do you make sure there's 24/7 access for those folks, and how does that work out? So we have to suss all that out. But I think when you have a limited building like the License and Passport Center, you have to be very thoughtful on how much more you're going to add to it, because that's going to come with a cost.
Right. I mean, I know we've talked a lot about the space needs for additional offices, especially here in this building. And so, I mean, I think it should be at least on the table as a possibility that could be, an option. And I agree that maybe a basement or half. I don't know. I'm not a builder. I don't know anything. So, but I'm just saying, just that we look at some opportunities to maybe it's not a complete add to put another story that, below grade or partly below grade. I don't know. But I want to make sure we're also addressing some of our other really big concerns we've had around space while we're building something.
Yeah, and that's going to be the rub, because I think the challenge is we're all very cost conscious and concerned. It's very expensive as estimated right now. So I don't want to necessarily look to add to that, but I think there are also needs here. So we're just going to have to weigh that and take those up as they come up. And if there's an opportunity to do something that is either cost effective or really not that much more cost add on, that might be something to talk about. But we'll suss that out internally a little bit, and then bring that forward for council to discuss it. Hey, we looked at this and this doesn't make sense, or this might be worthwhile for you to have an opinion on what do you think, should we do this or not.
I think that makes sense. Councilmember Strong.
And one other question, the PWET mentioned going to see the solar array on top of the current maintenance facility. Are those going to be reused, or are they is that going to be changed or altered in some way, or is that available to be added to something like this building and built into other things that we're already working on?
The intention is to reuse those solar panels. A big chunk of those are on the building, the roof that's staying, so some would have to be moved. But yeah, it was all, even if we were moving across the street, it was always the intention to move those across the street.
And just for information purposes, the Public Works Building solar array produced 409 kilowatt hours today. We have a dashboard for that on the city's website. Anyway, other thoughts, feedback from council members? Otherwise, we have the request before us to approve the request for proposals draft and request for qualifications. And I would note that, or I would just double check, I presume there'll be another review of the documents before they go out and are
Absolutely.
public?
Absolutely. And adding all the attachments.
Got it. Yep. Okay.
Mayor?
Councilmember Groff.
I would make a motion to approve the RFQ for construction management at risk services and approve the RFP for architectural services.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Groff, seconded by Councilmember Strawn, to authorize the issuance of those documents upon further cleanup and checking. And I did want to note, by way of discussion too, that I believe we did have a conversation about the two models for the construction management as part of our council conversations earlier in this process. And so that conversation has been had, yeah. Other council discussion is the maker, Councilmember Groff.
No, this is a step in a long process, and we're going to have many more options, as City Manager Trudgeon was saying, to review this. But we do need to move ahead because we need to get these request for proposals going so we can fine tune the rest of it. So that's why I'm making the motion.
Right, seconder, Councilmember Strawn.
Nothing further.
Right, other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I believe I heard a nay in there.
No?
No? Oh, okay. That's why I was checking. So that passed unanimously then. All right, we do want to make sure we account for all the votes.
Yes.
All right, we have hit our curfew. We have minutes and consent agenda.
It was my earring.
Do we have a motion related to the curfew?
I move to extend the curfew to cover the rest of the minutes.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Groff, seconded by Councilmember Bauer to extend the meeting for the purpose of concluding the agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Oh, was there any discussion? Anyway, sorry. That then brings us to, that's the end of our business items. We have one set of council meeting minutes from July 7th. Those have been provided to the council. The council has had an opportunity to review those, and corrections and changes have been made. Are there any other changes or corrections from the council's perspective, or a motion to approve?
Move approval of the minutes as amended.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Groff, seconded by Councilmember Bauer to approve the minutes from July 7th as presented. Discussion on that motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Pardon me, those items are approved, or those minutes are approved. That brings us to the consent agenda. Mr. Trudgeon, can you give us a brief summary of the consent items?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real briefly, item 10A approves payments in the amount of $2,059,097.01. Item 10B approves entering into a grant agreement with Metropolitan Council for the Community Tree Planting Program. Roseville will receive $251,796 in grants to assist in the support of the Emerald Ash Borer program that removes diseased ash trees and replacing them with climate-resilient tree plantings. Item 10C approves the short-term rental license for 257 South McCarran's Boulevard. Item 10D approves the short-term rental license for 658 Belmont Lane. Item 10E adopts a resolution approving the final contract acceptance for the County Road B reconstruction project in the 2024 pavement management program and authorizes the final payment of $39,000 to the contractor. And the last item approves the contract for the Tamarack Park Pathway project to Minnesota Paving and Materials in the amount of $104,715.01. And that is the consent agenda.
All right, thank you, Mr. Trudgeon. Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Schroeder, seconded by Councilmember Groff. Discussion on the motion?
No.
Nope.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously, and the consent items are approved.
You want me to do the future agenda, or?
Mr. Trudgeon, can you give us the future agenda?
Real briefly, we do have a little bit of a break. On August 11th, we'll have a proclamation, receive the second quarter financial report. A couple items more for discussion. If you remember, a resident came forward with beekeeping regulations. We're putting together that case just for information to see if there's any direction you want to give us. Also, we do need to talk about the city council meeting calendars mentioned last time. I did take a look at the minutes, and I don't know if we really resolved anything. So the fact of the truth and taxation hearing, we may need to have a second meeting in December, but that's up for the council to discuss, so we'll sort that out. And then also want to begin a discussion about this. There's a change in state law about remote meetings. They've taken away the limit to 3, and as our the council and commission rules of procedure do address remote participation. So I want to revisit that in light of that law change if we want to approach it differently or keep it the same. So just, like I said, informational items. And this reminder on August 20th would be the special council meeting for commission interviews. That's for the vacancy in PWET. And then on the 25th of August, look to have council hear the city manager's recommended budget and levy. We also want to have a conversation. Our 3-year contracts for our civil and prosecuting legal services are up. Under our policy, we do go out for RFPs every 3 years. However, the council can extend that. So we'll have a discussion on that and not go out for an RFP and extend the contract for another 3 years. I also want to receive stormwater pond updates. So Jesse and team will be back to talk about that, and then look to appoint the commissioner to PWET.
All right, thank you. Questions on the future agenda?
Question, on the commission applicant for PWET, what is the deadline for those applicants? Do you know?
Offhand, I don't know. I can.
We should probably get that word out.
Yeah.
ask you.
Definitely has been out in some of our
Has
social
it?
media, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilmember Graff, I don't know off the top of my head here, but I think it's pretty soon.
At least a week or two prior
It's a
to
couple
that
weeks
date.
ahead
Yeah,
usually.
Yeah. Right. If there's no further business, any announcements, communications, reports, a motion to adjourn would be in order.
So moved.
Second.
It's moved by Councilmember Strawn, seconded by Councilmember Groff to adjourn. No discussion on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously, and we are adjourned at 10:06 PM. Thank you, everyone.